Welcome to Sleepy Dictionary 7. Let's go through the words. Terrace, a balcony, especially a large and uncovered one. Unsolder, to separate or disunite, as what has been soldered, hence, to divide, to sunder. Ferulic, pertaining to, or derived from, asafetida Ferula asafoetida, as, ferulic acid. Crucian carp, a kind of European carp, Carasius vulgaris, inferior to the common carp, called also German carp. Solacement, the act of solacing, or the state of being solaced, also, that which solaces. Avocate, to call off or away, to withdraw, to transfer to another tribunal. Aperea, the wild guinea pig of Brazil, Cavia Aperea. Gemaric, pertaining to the Gemara. Bractless, destitute of bracts. Widow, to reduce to the condition of a widow, to bereave of husband, rarely used except in the past participle. Offuscation, obfuscated, darkened, obscured. Boatful, the quantity or amount that fills a boat. Mantle, to spread over the surface as a covering, to overspread, as the scum mantled on the pool. Ovate, having the shape of an egg, or of the longitudinal sector of an egg, with the broader end basal. Hood, state, condition. Mapping, present participle and verbal noun of map, a representation of the surface of the earth, or of some portion of it, showing the relative position of the parts represented, usually on a flat surface. Also, such a representation of the celestial sphere, or of some part of Italian. Philos, terminating in a thread-like process. Keep, to reside for a time, to lodge, to dwell. Paramata, a light fabric of cotton and worsted, resembling bombazine or merino. Soteriology, a discourse on health, or the science of promoting and preserving health. Implication, the act of implicating, or the state of being implicated. Rubification, the act of making red. Residue, that which remains of a molecule after the removal of a portion of its constituents, hence, an atom or group regarded as a portion of a molecule, used as nearly equivalent to radical, but in a more general sense. Grovel, to tend toward, or delight in, what is sensual or base, to be low, abject, or mean.
Low-mindedness.
The quality of being low-minded, meanness, baseness.
Dethronization.
Deposal from a throne, deposition from regal power.
Neuroglia.
The delicate connective tissue framework which supports the nervous matter and blood vessels of the brain and spinal cord.
Cincture.
The fillet, listole, or bend next to the apophyte at the extremity of the shaft of the column.
Phenotypic.
Of or pertaining to phonotypy, as a phenotypic alphabet.
Reflexibility.
The quality or capability of being reflexible, as the reflexibility of the rays of light.
Whitaker.
The diaphyl.
Traducing.
Present participle and verbal noun of traduce, to expose to contempt or shame, to represent as blamable, to calumniate, to vilify, to defame.
Sword.
Imperfect and past participle of soar, figuratively, to rise in thought, spirits, or imagination, to be exalted in mood.
Isothermal.
Having the nature of an isothere, indicating the distribution of temperature by means of an isothere, as an isothermal chart or line.
Him.
Them.
Prepulisis.
An extra first digit, or rudiment of a digit, on the preaxial side of the pollex.
Surd.
The grassy surface of land, that part of the soil which is filled with the roots of grass, turf.
Sickless.
Free from sickness.
Sons-in-law.
Any young male person spoken of as a child, an adopted male child, a pupil, ward, or any other male dependent.
Inside.
The part within, interior or internal portion, content.
Asperser.
One who asperses, especially one who vilifies another.
Pragmatic.
A solemn public ordinance or decree.
Recipe.
A formulary or prescription for making some combination, mixture, or preparation of materials. A receipt, especially, a prescription for medicine.
Checker work.
Any aggregate of varied vicissitudes.
Sidewise.
On or toward one side, laterally, sideways.
Fret.
Agitation of mind marked by complaint and impatience, disturbance of temper, irritation, as he keeps his mind in a continual fret.
Resolve.
To form a purpose, to make a decision, especially, to determine after reflection, as to resolve on a better course of life.
Pays.
The country, the people of the neighborhood.
Racking.
Spun yarn used in racking ropes.
Incentively.
Incitingly, encouragingly.
Mendrigal.
A large tropical fish Orcinus pelamis, allied to the tunny. It is about 3 feet long, blue above, with 4 brown stripes on the sides. It is sometimes found on the American coast.
Necropolizes.
A city of the dead, a name given by the ancients to their cemeteries, and sometimes applied to modern burial places, a graveyard.
Calified.
Imperfect and past participle of calify, to make warm or hot.
Berlin.
Fine worsted for fancy work, zephyr worsted, called also Berlin wool.
Vendible.
Something to be sold, or offered for sale.
Decarburize.
To deprive of carbon, to remove the carbon from.
Heading.
That which stands at the head, title, as the heading of a paper.
Vulgaris.
The art or process of producing pictures by method of Auger.
Cystine.
A white crystalline substance, C3H7 and SO2, containing sulfur, occurring as a constituent of certain rare urinary calculi, and occasionally found as a sediment in urine.
Sound.
To celebrate or honor by sounds, to cause to be reported, to publish or proclaim, as, to sound the praises of fame of a great man or a great exploit.
Room.
Hence, in general, province, region, country, domain, department, division, as, the realm of fancy.
Insulate.
To place in a detached situation, or in a state having no communication with surrounding objects, to isolate, to separate.
Xanthogenic.
Producing a yellow color or compound, xanthic, tending toward a yellow color, or to one of those colors, green being accepted, in which yellow is a constituent, as scarlet, orange, etc.
Metric.
Of or pertaining to the meter as a standard of measurement, of or pertaining to the decimal system of measurement of which a meter is the unit, as the metric system, a metric measurement.
Dislive.
To deprive of life.
Septic.
A substance that promotes putrefaction.
Prosy.
A brief poetical sentiment, hence, any brief sentiment, motto, or legend, especially one inscribed on a ring.
Retriever.
A door, or a breed of dogs, chiefly employed to retrieve, or to find and recover game birds that have been killed or wounded.
Ophthalmology.
The science which treats of the structure, functions, and diseases of the eye.
Reconsecrate.
To consecrate anew or again.
Rebaptization.
A second baptism.
Shivery.
Easily broken, brittle, shattery.
Unconform.
Not like, dissimilar, diverse, having no resemblance, as the cases are in like.
Tachygraphy.
The art or practice of rapid writing, shorthand writing, stenography.
Formalize.
To give form, or a certain form, to model.
Soul.
Single, unmarried, as a fume soul.
Disenrolling.
Present participle and verbal noun of disenroll. To erase from a roll or list.
Erythroline.
A red substance obtained from litmus.
Gauze.
A gauze hole.
Rifle.
A body of soldiers armed with rifles.
Rinderpus.
A highly contagious distemper or brain, affecting neat cattle, and less commonly sheep and goats, called also cattle plague, Russian cattle plague, and steppe brain.
Grills.
A young salmon after its first return from the sea.
Refix.
To fix again or anew, to establish anew.
Inward.
Intimate, domestic, private.
Hidden.
To make high, to raise higher, to elevate.
Rafter.
A raftsman.
Wolf.
A white worm, or maggot, which infests granaries.
Gallery.
A room for the exhibition of works of art, as a picture gallery, hence, also, a large or important collection of paintings, sculptures, etc.
Inessential.
Having no essence or being.
Triced.
To trust.
Jabel.
A kind of carp Cyprinus jabelio, called also Prussian carp.
Repent.
Creeping, crawling, set of reptiles, worms, etc.
Radicated.
Imperfect and past participle of radicate, to cause to take root, to plant deeply and firmly, to root.
Dixisal.
The American black-throated bunting Spes americana.
belligerent,
waging war, carrying on war.
preserve,
To make preserves.
canceling,
Present participle and verbal noun of hansel, a sale, gift, or delivery into the hand of another, especially a sale, gift, delivery, or using which is the first of a series, and regarded as an omen for the rest, a first installment, an earnest, as the first money received for the sale of goods in the morning. The first money taken at a shop newly opened. The first present sent to a young woman on her wedding day, etc.
attend,
To accuse, to charge with a crime or a dishonorable act.
shetic,
Of or pertaining to the habit of the body, constitutional.
strum,
To take long strides in walking.
sapidness,
Quality of being sapid, sapidity.
ladybird,
Any one of numerous species of small beetles of the genus Coccinella and allied genera family Coccinellid, called also ladybug, lady clock, lady cow, lady fly, and lady beetle. Coccinella seplimpingtatian, one of the common European species, a genus of small beetles of many species. They and their larvae feed on aphids or plant lice, and hence are of great benefit to man, also called ladybirds and ladybugs.
eggshell,
The shell or exterior covering of an egg, also used figuratively for anything resembling an eggshell.
nard,
The god Mars.
convalesce,
To recover health and strength gradually, after sickness or weakness, as a patient begins to convalesce.
chlorometer,
An instrument to test the decoloring or bleaching power of chloride of lime.
irremunerable,
Not remunerable, not capable of remuneration.
similitudinary,
Involving or expressing similitude.
file,
A row of soldiers ranged one behind another, in contradistinction to rank, which designates a row of soldiers standing abreast, a number consisting the depth of a body of troops, which, in the ordinary modern formation, consists of 2 men, the battalion standing 2 deep, or in 2 ranks.
oxidator,
An oxidizer.
requisitive,
One who, or that which, makes requisition, a requisitionist.
disable,
To render unable or incapable. To destroy the force, vigor, or power of action of. To deprive of competent physical or intellectual power. To incapacitate. To disqualify. To make incompetent or unfit for service. To impair.
contrive,
In a contrite manner.
pathologist,
one who treats of the sacred writings, the writer of the lives of the saints, the hagiographer.
Theophi,
The person to whom a theophment is made, the person enfith.
monosymmetrical,
Having one oblique intersection, said of that system of crystallization in which the vertical axis is inclined to one, but at right angles to the other, lateral axis, the act or process by which a substance in solidifying assumes the form and structure of a crystal, or becomes crystallized.
stationary,
Belonging to, or sold by, a stationer.
modally,
In a modal manner.
pack,
To sort and arrange the cards in a pack so as to secure the game unfairly.
miserable,
Causing unhappiness or misery.
taplash,
Bad small beer, also, the refuse or dregs of liquor.
intercommune,
To have mutual communication or intercourse by conservation.
weak,
Not having full confidence or conviction, not decided or confirmed, vacillating, wavering.
costume,
Born after the death of the father, or taken from the dead body of the mother, as a posthumous son or daughter.
springboard,
An elastic board, secured at the ends, or at one end, often by elastic supports, used in performing feats of agility or in exercising.
talouche,
Having the qualities of tallow.
confess,
To make known or acknowledge as one's sins to a priest, in order to receive absolution, sometimes followed by the reflexive pronoun.
judging,
Present participle and verbal noun of judge, one who has skill, knowledge, or experience sufficient to decide on the merits of a question, or on the quality or value of anything, one who discerns properties or relations with skill and readiness, a connoisseur, an expert, a critic.
palpiter,
One of a family of clavicorn beetles, including those which have very long maxillary palpi.
hold,
To maintain in being or action, to carry on, to prosecute, as a course of conduct or an argument, to continue, to sustain.
J,
Any one of the numerous species of birds belonging to Carasius, Cyanocita, and allied genera, they are allied to the crows, but are smaller, more graceful in form, often handsomely colored, and usually have a crest.
discomfit,
Rout, overthrow, discomfiture.
heartburn,
An uneasy, burning sensation in the stomach, often attended with an inclination to vomit. It is sometimes idiopathic, but is often a symptom of often complaints.
Unreality.
The quality or state of being unreal, want of reality.
Revival.
Renewed interest in religion, after indifference and decline, a period of religious awakening, special religious interest.
Whiskey-fied.
Drunk with whiskey, intoxicated.
Sourly.
In a sour manner, with sourness.
Misdemeanor.
A crime less than a felony.
Principiant.
Relating to principles or beginnings.
Minister.
One who serves at the altar, one who performs sacerdotal duties, the pastor of a church duly authorized or licensed to preach the gospel and administer the sacraments.
Cavitary.
Containing a body cavity, as the cavitary or nematoid worms.
Intermingle.
To mingle or mix together, to intermix.
Quadrage.
A car or chariot drawn by 4 horses abreast.
Graphology.
The art of judging of a person's character, disposition, and aptitude from his handwriting.
Atomization.
The act of reducing to atoms, or very minute particles, or the state of being so reduced.
Hemidon.
A bluish-black, amorphous substance containing iron and obtained from blood. It exists the red blood corpuscles united with globulin, and the form of hemoglobin or oxyhemoglobin gives to the blood its red color.
Coquetted.
Imperfect and past participle of coquet, to trifle in love, to stimulate affection or interest, to play the coquette, to deal playfully instead of seriously, to play with, as, we have coquetted with political crime.
Illyrium.
A cathartic substance obtained, in the form of yellowish or greenish cakes, as the dried residue of the juice of the wild or squirting cucumber Ecbolium agreste, formerly called Monertica illydrium.
Trawler.
One who trawls.
Abbess.
A female superior or governess of nunnery, or convent of nuns, having the same authority over the nuns which the abbots have over the monks. A monastery or society of persons of either sex, secluded from the world and devoted to religion and celibacy. Also, the monastic building or buildings.
Heaven.
Ebony.
Imitative.
A verb expressive of imitation or resemblance.
Troptera.
An order of mammalia, including the bats, having 4 toes of each of the anterior limbs elongated and connected by a web, so that they can be used like wings in flying. One of the Troptera, an order of flying mammals, in which the wings are formed by a membrane stretched between the elongated fingers, legs, and gill. The common bats are small and insectivorous, an order of Mammalia, including the bats, having 4 toes of each of the anterior limbs elongated and connected by a web, so that they can be used like wings in flying. One of the Chiroptera, an order of flying mammals, in which the wings are formed by a membrane stretched between the elongated fingers, legs, and gill. The common bats are small and insectivorous. See Chiroptera and vampire.
Nuclei.
To gather, as about a nucleus or center.
Prim.
To deck with great nicety, to arrange with affected preciseness, to prink.
Mictation.
The act of killing a victim for sacrifice.
Ploy.
To stroke with a claw.
Prevaricator.
One who prevaricates.
Pickard.
Imperfect and past participle of picere, to make a raid for booty, to maraude. Also, to skirmish in advance of an army, one who plunders, especially, a plunderer of wrecks, a pirate, a corsair, a marauder, a sharper.
Bibliology.
The art of binding books.
Discomposition.
Inconsistency, discordance.
Patrol.
A going of the rounds along the chain of sentinels and between the posts, by a guard, usually consisting of 3 or 4 men, to ensure greater security from attacks on the outposts.
Anything Aryan.
One who holds to no particular creed or dogma.
Season.
To become mature, to grow fit for use, to become adapted to a climate.
Gratric.
Pertaining to, or derived from, plants of the genus Veratrum.
Cosmopolitan.
One who has no fixed residence, or who is at home in every place, a citizen of the world.
Babu.
A Hindu gentleman, a native clerk who writes English, also, a Hindu title answering to Mr. or Esquire.
Calendarial.
Of or pertaining to the calendar or a calendar.
Lobe.
The projecting part of a cam wheel or of a non-circular gear wheel.
Glass.
A drinking vessel, a tumbler, a goblet, hence, the contents of such a vessel, especially spirituous liquors, as, he took a glass at dinner.
Fleet.
To take the cream from, to skim.
Arch.
Chief, eminent, greatest, principal.
Plugging.
Present participle and verbal noun of plug, any piece of wood, metal, or other substance used to stop or fill a hole, a stopple.
expansibility,
the capacity of being expanded, as the expansibility of air.
stature,
The natural height of an animal body, generally used of the human body.
pea powder,
An ancient part of record in England, formerly incident to every fair and market, of which the steward of him who owned or had the till was the judge.
ornithological,
Of or pertaining to ornithology.
disown,
To refuse to own or acknowledge as belonging to oneself, to disavow or deny, as connected with oneself personally, as a parent can hardly disown his child, an author will sometimes disown his writings.
Nubian,
Of or pertaining to Nubia in Eastern Africa.
infraocular,
Situated below the eyes, as the antennae of certain insects.
bulb,
An expansion or protuberance on a stem or tube, as the bulb of a thermometer, which may be of any form, as spherical, cylindrical, curved, etc.
capitular,
Growing in, or pertaining to, a capitulum.
rail,
A bar of timber or metal, usually horizontal or nearly so, extending from one post or support to another, as in fences, balustrades, staircases, etc.
synonymous,
One who collects or explains synonyms.
creel,
And a seer basket, such as anglers use.
workhouse,
A house in which idle and vicious persons are confined to labor.
lacrosse,
A game of ball, originating among the North American Indians, now the popular field sport of Canada, and played also in England and the United States. Each player carries a long-handled racket, called a cross. The ball is not handled but caught with the cross and carried on it, or tossed from it, the object being to carry it or throw it through one of the goals placed at opposite ends of the field.
blur,
To make somewhat sore or watery, as the eyes, to dim, or blur, as the sight, figuratively, to obscure mental or moral perception, to blind, to hoodwink.
annual,
Of or pertaining to year, returning every year, coming or happening once in the year, yearly.
sectaries,
A sectarian, a member or adherent of a sect, a follower or disciple of some particular teacher in philosophy or religion, one who separates from an established church, a dissenter.
exigencies,
The state of being exigent, urgent or exacting want, pressing necessity or distress, need, a case demanding immediate action, supply, or remedy, as an unforeseen exigency.
exsect,
A cutting out or away.
Substantive.
enduring, solid, firm, substantial.
Immutability.
The state or quality of being immutable, immutableness.
Mongoloid.
Resembling a Mongol or the Mongols, having race characteristics, such as color, hair, and features, like those of the Mongols.
Pediciums.
A stalk which bears the fructification in some lichens, as in the so-called reindeer moss.
Micron.
A measure of length, the THOUSANDTH part of 1 millimeter, the millionth part of a meter.
Fairy.
An imaginary supernatural being or spirit, supposed to assume a human form, usually diminutive, either male or female, and to meddle for good or evil in the affairs of mankind. A fae, an imaginary supernatural being, commonly a little sprite, much like a fairy. A mythological diminutive spirit, supposed to haunt hills and wild places, and generally represented as delighting in mischievous tricks, and demon.
Gasconading.
Present participle and verbal noun of gasconade, a boast or boasting, a vaunt, a bravado, a bragging, braggadocio.
All hail.
All hail, a phrase of salutation or welcome.
Sparsely.
In a scattered or sparse manner.
Pyranus.
A follower of Pyrrho, a skeptic.
Duller.
Imperfect and past participle of dull, furnishing little delight, spirit, or variety, uninteresting, tedious, cheerless, gloomy, melancholy, depressing, as a dull story or sermon, a dull occupation or period, hence, cloudy, overcast, as a dull day.
Shillelagh.
An oaken sapling or cudgel, any cudgel, so called from Shillelagh, a place in Ireland of that name famous for its oaks.
Calipash.
A part of a turtle which is next to the upper shell. It contains a fatty and gelatinous substance of a dull greenish tinge, much esteemed as a delicacy in preparations of turtle.
Cackle.
To make a sharp, broken noise or cry, as a hen or goose does.
Morsitation.
The act of biting or gnawing.
Stomacher.
An ornamental covering for the breast, worn originally both by men and women. Those worn by women were often richly decorated.
Dose.
The quantity of medicine given, or prescribed to be taken, at one time.
Toadish.
Like a toad.
Scribbler.
A scribbling machine.
Counsel.
One who gives advice, especially in legal matters. One professionally engaged in the trial or management of a cause in court. Also, collectively, the legal advocates united in the management of a case, as the defendant has able counsel.
Condemnable.
Worthy of condemnation, blamable, culpable.
Be a tutor.
To tutor, to instruct.
Self-deception.
The act of deceiving oneself, or the state of being self-deceived, self-deception.
Sing.
Imperative of sing.
Outswear.
To exceed in swearing.
Slumberous.
Being in the repose of slumber, sleepy, drowsy.
Apertness.
Openness, frankness.
Equipage.
Furniture or outfit, whether useful or ornamental, especially the furniture and supplies of a vessel, fitting her for a voyage or for warlike purposes, or the furniture and necessaries of an army, a body of troops, or a single soldier, including whatever is necessary for efficient service, equipments, accoutrements, habiliments, attire.
Murray.
A kind of blue cloth made in India.
Allotropy.
The property of existing in two or more conditions which are distinct in their physical or chemical relations.
Popularness.
The quality or state of being popular. Popularity.
Sacellum.
An enriched space consecrated to divinity.
Under.
Lower in position, intensity, rank, or degree, subject, subordinate, generally in composition with a noun, and written with or without a hyphen, as, an undercurrent, undertone, underdose, undergarment, under officer, under sheriff.
Peritum.
That part of the integument of an insect which surrounds the spiracles.
Seneschal.
An officer in the houses of princes and dignitaries, in the Middle Ages, who had the superintendence of feasts and domestic ceremonies. A steward, sometimes a seneschal, had the dispensing of justice, and was given high military commands.
Molding.
Of mold.
Romanticist.
One who advocates romanticism in modern literature.
Toothing.
Bricks alternately projecting at the end of the wall, in order that they may be bonded into a continuation of it when the remainder is carried on.
Laureated.
Imperfect and past participle of laureate, to honor with a wreath of laurel, as formerly was done in bestowing a degree at the English universities.
Preface.
Something spoken as introductory to a discourse, or written as introductory to a book or essay, a proem, an introduction, or series of preliminary remarks.
Apolostic.
Devoted to enjoyment.
effused,
Imperfect and past participle of effuse, having the lips, or edges, of the aperture abruptly spreading, said of certain shells.
snout,
To kiss closely.
ineffectualness,
Want of effect, or of power to produce it, inefficacy.
admired,
Regarded with wonder and delight, highly prized, as an admired poem.
bract,
A thin, flying cloud, bract.
minnesingere,
A love singer, specifically, one of the class of German poets and musicians who flourished from about the middle of the 12th to the middle of the 14th century. They were chiefly of noble birth, and made love and beauty the subjects of their verses.
disdainous,
Full of disdain, expressing disdain, scornful, contemptuous, haughty.
mulch,
To cover or dress with mulch.
tap,
A hole or pipe through which liquor is drawn.
rise,
The breeze fly, an excited or rough state of feeling, a flurry of excitement, a disturbance, a quarrel, as the discovery produced a breeze.
flunk,
A failure or backing up.
autocracy,
Supreme, uncontrolled, unlimited authority, or right of governing in a single person, as of an autocrat.
adjunctive,
Tending to draw out, extractive.
nautiluses,
The only existing genus of tetrabranchiate cephalopods. About 4 species are found living in the tropical Pacific, but many other species are found fossil. The shell is spiral, symmetrical, and chambered, or divided into several cavities by simple curved partitions, which are traversed and connected together by a continuous and nearly central tube or siphuncle. An order of cephalopoda having 4 gills. Among living species it includes only the pearly nautilus. Numerous genera and species are found in the fossil state, such as ammonites, baculites, orthotras, etc.
pyromalic,
A salt of pyromalic acid.
kinnic,
Pertaining to, derived from, or connected with quinine and related compounds, specifically, designating a non-nitrogenous acid obtained from cinchona bark, coffee, beans, etc., as a white crystalline substance.
form,
Preceding all others of a series or kind, the ordinal of one, earliest, as the first day of a month, the first year of a reign.
epicurize,
To profess or tend towards the doctrines of Epicurus.
aptness,
Quickness of apprehension, readiness in learning, docility, as an aptness to learn is more observable in some children than in others.
Antihysteric.
counteracting hysteria.
Grapple.
A seizing or seizure, close hug and contest, the wrestlers hold.
Pendentive.
The part of the groin vault which is supported by, and springs from, one pier or corbel.
Set.
Establish, prescribe, as, set forms of prayer.
Calciform.
Shaped like a slipper, as one petal of the lady's slipper, calciolate.
Tomtic.
The wren.
Udic.
To adapt, to make suitable, to fit.
Balancing.
Present participle and verbal noun of balance, an equality between the sums total of the two sides of an account, as, to bring one's accounts to balance, also, the excess on either side, as, the balance of an account.
Dumpage.
The act of dumping loads from carts, especially loads of refuse matter, also, a heap of dumped matter.
Unprevented.
Not preceded by anything.
Epidermatoid.
Like epidermis, pertaining to the epidermis.
Easterling.
The smoo.
Cone.
A shell of the genus Conus, having a conical form.
Snob.
A workman who accepts lower than the usual wages, or who refuses to strike when his fellows do, or at an obstacle.
Back.
To wound by clandestine detraction, to censure meanly or spitefully an absent person, to slander or speak evil of one absent.
Amphicoelian.
Having both ends concave, biconcave, set of vertebrae.
Cercer.
A cirrus, or sieve.
Solute.
To dissolve, to resolve.
Harsh.
Rough, disagreeable, grating.
Ragwort.
A name given to several species of the composite genus Senecio.
Degladiation.
Act of degladiating.
Stomatopod.
One of the stomatopoda.
Magistratical.
Of, pertaining to, or proceeding from, a magistrate, having the authority of a magistrate.
Apparel.
To dress with external ornaments, to cover with something ornamental, to deck, to embellish, as trees apparelled with flowers, or a garden with verdure.
Disincorporating.
Present participle and verbal noun of disincorporate, to deprive of corporate powers, rights, or privileges, to divest of the condition of a corporate body.
ligniferous,
yielding or producing wood.
stopping,
A partition or door to direct or prevent a current of air.
promorna,
A certain reed stop in the organ, of the quality of tone resembling that of the oboe.
kerchief,
A square of fine linen worn by women as a covering for the head, hence, anything similar in form or material, worn for ornament on other parts of the person, mostly used in compounds, as neckerchief, breast kerchief, and later, handkerchief.
runner,
Runner.
paralysis,
The matter contained within brackets.
phlegmatic,
Watery.
wash,
Imperfect and past participle of wash, to cleanse by ablution, or dipping or rubbing in water. To apply water or other liquid to for the purpose of cleansing, to scrub with water, etc., or as with water, as to wash the hands or body, to wash garments, to wash sheep or wool, to wash the pavement or floor, to wash the bark of trees.
cell,
A throne or lofty seat.
fracture,
To cause a fracture or fractures in. To break. To burst asunder. To crack. To separate the continuous parts of. As. To fracture a bone. To fracture the skull.
hypoarean,
Of or pertaining to Hyparion.
declination,
The act of deviating or turning aside. Oblique motion. Obliquity. Withdrawal.
pay,
To give a recompense, to make payment, requital, or satisfaction, to discharge a debt.
weird,
To foretell the fate of, to predict, to destine to.
fosterage,
The care of a foster child, the charge of nursing.
noy,
That which annoys.
vain,
Proud of petty things, or of trifling attainments, having high opinion of one's own accomplishments with slight reason, conceited, puffed up, inflated.
wimweli,
Calcium oxalate, occurring in colorless or white monoclinic crystals.
paint,
The same prepared with a vehicle, as oil, water with gum, or the like, for application to surface.
vulturine,
Of or pertaining to vulture, resembling a vulture in qualities or looks, as the vulturine sea eagle type of Hierax angolensis, vulturine rhopacity.
lactonic,
Of, pertaining to, or derived from, lactone.
queen,
The wife of a king.
disorganizer,
One who disorganizes or causes disorder and confusion.
Aggregate.
To bring together, to collect into a mass or sum, the aggregated soil.
Descendability.
The quality of being descendable, capability of being transmitted from ancestors, as the descendability of an estate.
Overwhelmed.
Imperfect and past participle of overwhelm, to cover over completely, as by a great wave, to overflow and bury beneath, to engulf, hence, figuratively, to immerse and bear down, to overpower, to crush, to bury, to press, etc., overpoweringly.
Lyric.
The words of a song.
Disagreed.
Imperfect and past participle of disagree, to be unsuited, to have unfitness, as medicine sometimes disagrees with the patient, food often disagrees with the stomach or the taste.
Post.
Haste or speed, like that of a messenger or mail carrier.
Cannular.
A small tube of metal, wood, or India rubber, used for various purposes, especially for injecting or withdrawing fluids. It is usually associated with a trocar.
Minimization.
The act or process of minimizing.
Gammer.
An old wife, an old woman, correlative of gar, an old man.
Conococcus.
A vegetable microorganism of the genus Micrococcus, occurring in the secretion in gonorrhea, it is believed by some to constitute the cause of this disease.
Courtly.
A court of record held once a year, in a particular hundred, lordship, or manor, before the steward of the league.
Fian.
A bearing representing the head of a dart or javelin, with long barbs which are engrailed on the inner edge.
Saturnalian.
Of unrestrained and intemperability, riotously merry, dissolute.
Thesis.
The depression of the voice in pronouncing the syllables of a word.
Alacrity.
The division of mankind which embraces the races having woolly or crispy hair. Compare Leotrici.
Low.
Deficient in vital energy, feeble, weak, as a low pulse, made low by sickness.
Almonership.
The office of an almoner.
Table.
A string course which includes an offset, especially a band of stone, or the like, set where an offset is required, so as to make it decorative, a molding, or other projection, in the wall of a building, to throw off the water, generally used in the United States for the first table above the surface of the groundwork or structure of stone, brick, or other materials, raised to some height, and intended for defense or security, solid and permanent enclosing fence, as around a field, a park, a town, etc. Also, one of the upright enclosing parts of a building or a room.
disobedience,
neglect or refusal to obey, violation of a command or prohibition.
cormifita,
A term proposed by Endlicher to include all plants with an axis containing vascular tissue and with foliage.
domini,
Master, Sir, a title of respect formerly applied to a knight or a clergyman, and sometimes to the lord of a manor.
soothness,
Truth, reality.
certificating,
Present participle and verbal noun of certificate, to furnish with a certificate, as, to certificate the captain of a vessel, a certificated teacher.
faller,
One who, or that which, falls.
Europodal,
Of or pertaining to Europod.
provisionary,
Of the nature of a provision, serving as a provision for the time being, used of partial or temporary arrangements, as a provisional government, a provisional treaty.
dinotherium,
A large extinct proboscidean mammal from the Miocene beds of Europe and Asia, it is remarkable for a pair of tusks directed downward from the decurved apex of the lower jaw.
hua,
An unfledged bird, hence, something immature or unfinished.
free-spoken,
Accustomed to speak without reserve.
set,
Regular, uniform, formal, as, a set discourse, a set battle.
rhenologic,
Of or pertaining to sandstone, as, Rhenolitic mountains.
crying,
Calling for notice, compelling attention, notorious, heinous, as, a crying evil.
despairer,
One who despairs.
platinum cyanide,
A double cyanide of platinum and some other metal or radical. A salt of platinocyanic acid.
tailoring,
Present participle and verbal noun of tailor. One whose occupation is to cut out and make men's garments. Also, one who cuts out and makes ladies' outer garments.
tractrix,
A curve such that the part of the tangent between the point of tangency and a given straight line is constant, so called because it was conceived as described by the motion of one end of a tangent line as the other end was drawn along the given line.
virtue,
A particular moral excellence, as the virtue of temperance, of charity, etc.
Delilah,
The mistress of Samson, who betrayed him. Judges 16, hence, a harlot, a temptress.
planter,
One who, or that which, plants or sows, as, a planter of corn, a machine planter.
astriction,
The quality of being astringent, the power of contracting the parts of the body, that quality in medicines or other substances which causes contraction of the organic textures, as the astringency of tannin.
enkindling,
Present participle and verbal noun of enkindle, to excite, to rouse into action, to incite.
emendatory,
Pertaining to emendation, corrective.
attachment,
The writ or percept commanding such seizure or taking.
incompliant,
Not compliant, unyielding to request, solicitation, or command, stubborn.
succinerate,
A salt of succinuric acid.
acephalous,
Having the style spring from the base, instead of from the apex, as is the case in certain ovaries.
cicatrix,
The pellicle which forms over a wound or breach of continuity and completes the process of healing in the latter, and which subsequently contracts and becomes white, forming the scar.
science,
Any branch or department of systematized knowledge considered as a distinct field of investigation or object of study, as the science of astronomy, of chemistry, or of mind.
drab,
To associate with strumpets, to wank.
dehorter,
A dissuader, an advisor to the contrary.
mill,
To beat with the fists.
punch,
A thrust or blow.
discourser,
The writer of a treatise or dissertation.
spatiate,
To rove, to ramble.
stay,
Strictly, a part intention to hold the parts together, or stiffen them.
metard,
A yard, staff, or rod, used as a measure.
leptomeningitis,
Inflammation of the pia mater or of the arachnoid membrane.
leukemia,
A disease in which the white corpuscles of the blood are largely increased in number, and there is enlargement of the spleen, or the lymphatic glands, leukemia.
Gilles,
A hip roof.
charging,
Present participle and verbal noun of charge, that quantity, as of ammunition, electricity, or fuel, etc., which any apparatus, as a gun, battery, furnace, machine, etc., is intended to receive and fitted to hold, or which is actually in it at one time.
tingle,
To feel a kind of thrilling sensation, as in hearing a shrill sound.
prune,
To lop or cut off the superfluous parts, branches, or shoots of, to clear of useless material. To shape or smooth by trimming, to trim, as, to produce, to prune an essay.
Trans.
Imperfect and past participle of trans, a condition, often simulating death, in which there is a total suspension of the power of voluntary movement, with abolition of all evidences of mental activity and the reduction to minimum of all the vital functions so that the patient lies still and apparently unconscious of surrounding objects, while the pulsation of the heart and the breathing, although still present, are almost or altogether imperceptible.
Dices.
A small interval, less than any in actual practice, but used in the mathematical calculation of intervals.
Dexterous.
Ready and expert in the use of the body and limbs, skillful and active with the hands, handy, ready, as, a dexterous hand, a dexterous workman.
Hydrogenize.
To combine with hydrogen, to treat with, or subject to the action of, hydrogen, to reduce, contrasted with oxidize.
Agatize.
To convert into agate, to make resemble agate.
Peroration.
A wandering, or rambling, through various places.
Postinal.
Situated behind, or posterior to, the anus.
Cabining.
Present participle and verbal noun of cabin, a room in ship for officers or passengers.
Drank.
Wild oats, or darnel grass, wild oats, brome grass, or darnel grass, called also drop, dravic, and drank.
Veil.
An unexpected gain or acquisition, a casual advantage or benefit, a windfall.
Idrid.
Put in dread, afraid.
Hodgepodge.
A blending of property for equality of division, as when lands given in frank marriage to one daughter were, after the death of the ancestor, blended with the lands descending to her and to her sisters from the same ancestor, and then divided in equal portions among all the daughters, in modern usage, a mixing together, or throwing into a common mass or stock, of the estate left by a person deceased and the amounts advanced to any particular child or children, for the purpose of a more equal division, or of equalizing the shares of all the children, the property advanced being accounted for at its value when given.
Bloodless.
Without spirit or activity.
Indulge.
To grant as by favor, to bestow in concession, or in compliance with a wish or request.
Hood.
To cover with a hood, to furnish with a hood or hood-shaped appendage.
Dern.
To mend as a rent or hill, with interlacing stitches of yarn or thread by means of needle. To sew together with yarn or thread.
Bustler.
An active, stirring person.
changing,
Present participle and verbal noun of change. Small money. The money by means of which the larger coins and bank bills are made available in small dealings. Hence, the balance returned when payment is tendered by a coin or note exceeding the sum due.
crochet,
Imperfect and past participle of crochet, a kind of knitting done by means of a hooked needle, with worsted, silk, or cotton, crochet work, commonly used adjectively.
rickety,
Feeble in the joints, imperfect, weak, shaky.
rider,
The second tier of casks in a vessel's hold.
stopper,
Imperfect and past participle of stopper, one who stops, closes, shuts, or hinders, that which stops or obstructs, that which closes or fills a vent or hole in a vessel.
incornism,
Pedantry.
ineloquent,
Given to talking inanely, loquacious, careless.
broiderer,
One who embroiders.
distillate,
The product of distillation, as the distillate from molasses. To do the work of an edge tool. To serve in dividing or dashing, as a knife cuts well.
bloodroot,
A plant Sanguinaria canadensis, with a red root and red sap, and bearing a pretty, white flower in early spring, called also cocoon, reedroot, bloodwort, tetterwort, turmeric, and Indian paint. It has acrid emetic properties, and the rootstock is used as a stimulant expectorant. The rootstock of the bloodroot, used in medicine as an emetic, etc.
turn,
To give another direction, tendency, or inclination to direct otherwise, to deflect, to incline differently, used both literally and figuratively, as, to turn the eyes to the heavens, to turn the horse from the road, or a ship from her course, to turn the attention to or from something.
aurantiasis,
Pertaining to, or resembling, the Aurantiaceae, an order of plants formerly considered natural, of which the orange is the type.
acephaly,
Bishops and certain clergymen not under regular diocesan control.
carbonado,
To cut meat, across for frying or broiling, to cut or slice and broil.
petalum,
A petal.
vamping,
Present participle and verbal noun of vamp, to provide, as a shoe, with new upper leather, hence, to piece, as any old thing, with a new part, to repair, to patch, often followed by a
filtering,
present participle and verbal noun of filter, to impregnate or mix with a love potion, as, to filter a draught.
sentient,
having a faculty or faculties of sensation and perception, specifically physical, especially sensitive, as the sentient extremities of nerves, which terminate in the various organs or tissues.
Presternum.
The anterior segment of the sternum, the mambrium.
Eye string.
The tendon by which the eyes move.
Nerve.
One of the principal fibrovascular bundles or ribs of a leaf, especially when these extend straight from the base or the midrib of the leaf.
Iconomical.
Opposed to pictures or images as objects of worship.
Semi-Aryan.
Of or pertaining to semi-Arianism.
Main prisoner.
A surety, under the old writ of main prize, for a prisoner's appearance in court at a day.
Solemnly.
In a solemn manner, with gravity, seriously, formally.
Mountebank.
Any boastful or false pretender, a charlatan, a quack.
Philophagus.
Substituting on leaves, leaf eating.
Shamanist.
An adherent of shamanism.
Condescendence.
The act of condescending, voluntary descent from one's rank or dignity in intercourse with an inferior, courtesy toward inferiors.
Breamed.
Imperfect and past participle of bream, an American freshwater fish of various species of Pomotis and allied genera, which are also called sunfishes and pondfishes, any one of numerous species of American freshwater fishes belonging to the family Centrarchid, called also pond perch and sunfish.
Regnative.
Ruling, governing.
Infelicity.
The state or quality of being infelicitous, unhappiness, misery, wretchedness, misfortune, want of suitableness or appropriateness.
Eking.
Present participle and verbal noun of eke, to increase, to add to augment, now commonly used without the notion conveyed being to add or piece out by a laborious, inferior, or scanty addition, as to eke out a scanty supply of one kind with some other.
Miss.
To speak evil of, to slander.
Stall.
To put into a stall or stable. To keep in a stall or stalls, as to stall an ox.
Tracer/Y.
A similar decoration in some styles of vaulting, the ribs of the vault giving off the minor bars of which the tracery is composed.
Mutableness.
The quality of being mutable.
Triumph.
Hence, any triumphal procession, a pompous exhibition, a stately show or pageant.
Basim.
To seem, to appear, To be fitting.
Jotting.
Present participle in verbal noun of jot, an iota, a point, a tittle. The smallest particle. Compare, bit, n.
Taurus.
Breathe.
Brevite.
A brevite bird.
Intercostal.
Between the ribs, pertaining to, or produced by, the parts between the ribs, as, intercostal respiration, in which the chest is alternately enlarged and contracted by the intercostal muscles.
Pyranus.
A follower of Pyrrho, a skeptic.
Unicorn.
The larva of a unicorn moth.
Lie.
To utter falsehood with an intention to deceive, to say or do that which is intended to deceive another, when he a right to know the truth, or when morality requires a just representation.
Antipyresis.
The condition or state of being free from fever.
Bound.
To move with a sudden spring or leap, or with a succession of springs or leaps, as the beast bounded from his den, the herd bounded across the plain.
Bractless.
Having short wings.
Tack.
The part of a sail to which the tack is usually fastened, the foremost lower corner of fore and aft sails, as of schooners sailist, of sail.
Ruff.
To beat with the ruff or ruffle, as a drum.
Backhand.
A kind of handwriting in which the downward slope of the letters is from left to right.
Aperea.
The practice of aping, an apish action.
Impasted.
Imperfect and past participle of impaste, to lay color on canvas by uniting them skillfully together, or compare, impasto.
Infelicities.
The state or quality of being infelicitous, unhappiness, misery, wretchedness, misfortune, want of suitableness or appropriateness.
Protester.
One who protests a bill of exchange, or note.
Smirkingly.
With smirking, with a smirk.
Damned.
Imperfect and past participle of damn. To condemn as bad or displeasing, by open expression, as by denunciation, hissing, hooting, etc.
Hoop.
A pliant strip of wood or metal bent in a circular form, and united at the ends, for holding together the staves of casks, tubs, etc.
Caravel.
A name given to several kinds of vessels.
Conventionalizw.
To represent by selecting the important features and those which are expressible in the medium employed, and omitting the others.
spear,
a shoot as of grass, a spire,
start,
the beginning as of a journey or a course of action, first motion from a place, act of setting out, the outset, opposed to finish,
misrepute,
to have in wrong estimation, to repute or estimate erroneously,
brace,
to move around by means of braces, as to brace the yards.
declaration,
The act of declaring, or publicly announcing, explicit asserting, undisguised token of a ground or side taken on any subject, proclamation, exposition, as the declaration of an opinion, a declaration of war, etc.
else,
Other, one or something beside, as, who else is coming, what else shall I give, do you expect anything else?
mopping,
Present participle and verbal noun of mop, an implement for washing floors, or the like, made of a piece of cloth, or a collection of threads, or coarse yarn, fastened to handle.
cystosol,
Hernia in which the urinary bladder protrudes, vesical hernia.
southern,
An inhabitant of the more southern part of the country, formerly, a name given in Scotland to any Englishman.
internral,
An internal spine or cartilage.
tickle,
To please, to gratify, to make joyous.
extispicious,
Relating to the inspection of entrails for prognostication.
pasty,
A pie consisting usually of meat wholly surrounded with a crust made of a sheet of paste, and often baked without a dish, a meat pie.
tonometry,
Measurement of tension, especially the tension of the eyeball.
sharpling,
A stickleback.
semivertically,
Partially vertically.
pupation,
The act of becoming a pupa.
questionary,
One who makes it his business to seek after relics and carry them about for sale.
hogfish,
A large West Indian and Florida food fish Lachnolimus.
cellar,
A room or rooms under a building, and usually below the surface of the ground, where provisions and other stores are kept.
dictum,
A judicial opinion expressed by judges on points that do not necessarily arise in the case, and are not involved in Italian.
overshoot,
To shoot over or beyond.
midst,
The interior or central part or place, the middle, used chiefly in the objective case after in, as, in the midst of the forest.
stool,
A plant from which layers are propagated by bending its branches into the soil.
trommel,
A revolving bottle or sieve for separating or sizing ores.
tristitiate,
To make sad.
obduracy,
The duality or state of being obdurate, invincible hardness of heart, obstinacy.
poesy,
The art of composing poems, poetical skill or faculty, as the heavenly gift of poesy.
inquiline,
A gallfly which deposits its eggs in galls formed by other insects.
dissent,
The act of dissenting, difference of opinion, refusal to adopt something proposed, non-agreement, non-concurrence, or disagreement.
multivocal,
Signifying many different things, of manifold meaning, equivocal.
dunder,
The lees or dregs of cane juice, used in the distillation of rum.
ichthys,
In early Christian and ecclesiastical art, an emblematic fish, or the Greek word for fish, which combined the initials of the Greek words // Jesus, Christ, Son of God, Savior.
enter out,
A penstock.
distributive,
A distributive adjective or pronoun, also, a distributive numeral.
refluence,
The quality of being refluent, a flowing back.
beet radish,
The common beet beta vulgaris.
erst,
Previously, before, formerly, heretofore.
Ugrian,
A Mongolian race, ancestors of the Finns.
premonition,
Previous warning, notice, or information, forewarning, as a premonition of danger.
delenda,
Things to be erased or blotted out.
light horseman,
A soldier who serves in the light horse, the manner in which the light strikes upon a picture, that part of a picture which represents those objects upon which the light is supposed to fall. The more illuminated part of a landscape or other scene, opposed to shade. Compare chiaroscuro.
administratorship,
The position or office of an administrator.
spectacle,
A spyglass, a looking glass.
ortolan,
Belonging to garden.
primpot,
A coxcomb, a pert boy.
azure,
The lapis lazuli.
typographer,
One who is skilled in the science of topography, one who describes a particular place, town, city, or tract of land.
Macrodiagonal.
The longer of two diagonals, as of a rhombic prism, the act or process by which a substance in solidifying assumes the form and structure of a crystal, or becomes crystallized.
Burst.
A sudden opening, as of landscape, a stretch, an expanse.
Graveling.
A layer or coating of gravel on a path, etc.
Squirming.
Present participle and verbal noun of squirm, to twist about briskly with conter/ions like an eel or a worm, to wriggle, to writhe.
Deflegmator.
An instrument or apparatus in which water is separated by evaporation or distillation, the part of a distilling apparatus in which the separation of the vapors is effected.
In time.
An unseasonable time.
No.
A place of meeting for discussion.
Nasoseptal.
Of or pertaining to the internasal septum.
Curvative.
Having the margins only a little curved. Set of leaves.
Abstemious.
Sparing in diet, refraining from a free use of food and strong drinks. Temperate, abstinent, sparing in the indulgence of the appetite or passions.
Circumstantiable.
Capable of being circumstantiated.
Anchor.
One who renounces the world and secludes himself, usually for religious reasons. A hermit, a recluse.
Pensioning.
Present participle and verbal noun of pension, a stated allowance to a person in consideration of past services, payment made to one retired from service, on account of age, disability, or other cause, especially, a regular stipend paid by a government to retired public officers, disabled soldiers, the families of soldiers killed in service, or to meritorious authors, or the like.
High.
Arrogant, lofty, boastful, proud, ostentatious, used in a bad sense.
Epiotic.
The upper and outer element of periodic bone, in man forming a part of the temporal bone.
Insignificant.
Without weight of character or social standing, mean, contemptible, as an insignificant person.
Toidens.
One of an ancient German tribe, later, a name applied to any member of the Germanic race in Europe, now used to designate a German, Dutchman, Scandinavian, etc., in distinction from a Celt or one of a Latin race.
Jingle.
A correspondence of sound in rhymes, especially when the verse has little merit, hence, the verse itself.
Pin.
Hence, a thing of small value, a trifle.
prey.
That which is or may be seized by animals or birds to be devoured. Hence, a person given up as a victim.
Thirst.
A sensation of dryness in the throat associated with a craving for liquids, produced by deprivation of drink, or by some other cause as fear, excitement, etc., which arrests the secretion of the pharyngeal mucous membrane, hence, the condition producing this sensation.
Rubella.
A variety of tourmaline varying in color from a pale rose to a deep ruby, and containing lithium.
Denominator.
That part of any expression under a fractional form which is situated below the horizontal line signifying division.
Soft shell.
Having a soft or fragile shell.
Descendiate.
To throw into a state of descent.
Fudge.
Watery vapor condensed in the lower part of the atmosphere and disturbing its transparency. It differs from cloud only in being near the ground, and from mist in not approaching so nearly to fine rain, that which has a dark, lowering, or threatening aspect, that which temporarily overshadows, obscures, or depresses, as a cloud of sorrow, a cloud of war, a cloud upon the intellect.
Savoriness.
The quality of being savory.
Pack.
An envelope, or wrapping, of sheets used in hydropathic practice, called dry pack, wet pack, cold pack, etc., according to the method of treatment.
Divine.
To foretell, to predict, to presage.
Gushing.
Present participle and verbal noun of gush, a sudden and violent issue of a fluid from an enclosed place, an emission of a liquid in a large quantity, and with force, the fluid thus emitted, a rapid outpouring of anything, as a gush of song from a bird.
Peregrinator.
One who peregrinates, one who travels about.
Regal.
To enter to slash and in a regal or sumptuous manner. To entertain with something that delights, to gratify, to refresh, as, to regale the taste, the eye, or the ear.
Periuterine.
Surrounding the uterus.
Moss bunker.
The men hated.
Lichenic.
Of, pertaining to, or obtained from, lichens.
Officering.
Present participle and verbal noun of officer, one who holds an office, a person lawfully invested with an office, whether civil, military, or ecclesiastical, as a church officer, a police officer, a staff officer.
Restaurateur.
The keeper of an eating house or a restaurant.
Gremile.
A cloth, often adorned with gold or silver lace, placed on the bishop's lap while he sits in celebrating Mass, or in ordaining priests.
Squamous.
Having a stomach that is easily or nauseated, hence, nice to excess in taste, fastidious, easily disgusted, apt to be offended at trifling improprieties.
Pen.
A perfect, or normal, feather.
Shirting.
Present participle and verbal noun of shirt, a loose undergarment for the upper part of the body, made of cotton, linen, or other material. Formerly used of the undergarment of either sex, now commonly restricted to that worn by men and boys.
Sunlow.
A rosy flush in the sky seen after sunset.
Morris.
A marine fish having a very slender, flat, transparent body. It is now generally believed to be the young of the conger eel or some allied fish.
Pink-eyed.
Having small eyes.
Impassable.
Impassable.
Canon.
A musical composition in which the voices begin one after another, at regular intervals, successively taking up the same subject. It either winds up with a coda-tail piece, or, as each voice finishes, commences anew, thus forming a perpetual fugue or round. It is the strictest form of imitation, the act of condition of imitating another species of animal, or a plant, or inanimate object, to resemble another species of animal, or a plant, or inanimate object, in form, color, ornamentation, or instinctive habits, so as to derive an advantage thereby. Saw. When a harmless snake imitates a venomous one in color and manner, or when an odorless insect imitates, in color, one having secretion offensive to birds.
Coelenterate.
Belonging to the Coelentera.
Bid.
Of bid.
Draw.
To cover with drops. To brigade. To bedrock.
Prelation.
The setting of one above another. Preference.
Baffler.
One who, or that which, baffles.
Fraternity.
A body of men associated for their common interest, business, or pleasure. A company, a brotherhood, a society. In the Roman Catholic CHUCRCH, an association for special religious purposes, for relieving the sick and destitute, etc.
Pretense.
Intention, design.
Exequy.
A funeral rite usually in the plural. The ceremonies of burial, obsequies, funeral procession.
Clinical.
Of or pertaining to a clinic, or to the study of disease in the living subject.
Templed.
Supplied with a temple or temples, or with churches, enclosed in a temple.
Forbid.
To oppose, hinder, or prevent, as if by an effectual command, as an impassable river forbids the approach of the army.
suburban,
of or pertaining to suburbs, inhabiting or being in the suburbs of a city.
coaxing,
Present participle and verbal noun of coax, to persuade by gentle, insinuating courtesy, flattering, or fondling, to wheedle, to soothe.
single,
The real filaments of silk, twisted without doubling to give them firmness.
frame,
Anything composed of parts fitted and united together, a fabric, a structure, especially the constructional system, whether of timber or metal, that gives to building, vessel, etc., its model and strength, the skeleton of a structure.
friary,
A monastery, a convent of friars.
flicked,
Imperfect and past participle of flick, to whip lightly or with a quick jerk, to flap, as, to flick a horse, to flick the dirt from boots.
persuasion,
That which persuades, a persuasive.
determina,
A colorless, oily liquid, formerly obtained by distillation of polyphony. It is regarded as a polymeric form of terebinthine, called also deterbena.
ophidius,
Of or pertaining to the Ophidia, belonging to serpents.
verification,
Confirmation by evidence.
depriment,
Serving to depress.
stint,
Limit, bound, restrained, extent.
obedience,
One of the three monastic vows.
muttering,
Present participle and verbal noun of mutter. To utter words indistinctly or with a low voice and lips partly closed, especially to utter indistinct complaints or angry expressions, to grumble, to growl.
yokefellow,
An associate or companion in, or as in, a mate, a fellow, especially, a partner in marriage.
action,
A right of action, as, the law gives an action for every claim.
articulata,
One of the subdivisions of the Brachypoda, including those that have the shells united by a hinge.
mixture,
The act of mixing, or the state of being mixed, as, made by a mixture of ingredients.
design,
To intend or purpose, usually with for before the remote object, but sometimes with a.
wonderwork,
A wonderful work or act, a prodigy, a miracle.
fenian,
A member of a secret organization, consisting mainly of Irishmen, having for its aim the overthrow of English rule in Ireland.
strenuous,
Eagerly pressing or urgent, zealous, ardent, earnest, bold, valiant, intrepid, as a strenuous advocate for national rights, a strenuous reformer, a strenuous defender of his country.
Shuffler.
Either one of the three common American scaup ducks, a bed or stratum of shellfish, scallop.
Emphasize.
To utter or pronounce with a particular stress of voice, to make emphatic, as, to emphasize a word or a phrase.
Incognito.
The assumption of disguise or of a feigned character, the state of being in disguise or not recognized.
Ketchup.
A sauce, a table sauce made from mushrooms, tomatoes, walnuts, etc.
Autochthonal.
Aboriginal, indigenous, native.
Historically.
In the manner of, or in accordance with, history.
Expressive.
Serving to express, utter, or represent, indicative, communicative, followed by of, as, words expressive of his gratitude.
Imperviability.
The quality of being imperviable.
Sperm.
A white waxy substance obtained from cavities in the head of the sperm whale, and used making candles, oilments, cosmetics, etc. It consists essentially of ethereal salts of palmitic acid with ethyl and other hydrocarbon bases. The substance of spermaceti after the removal of certain impurities is sometimes called setin.
Appropriately.
In an appropriate or proper manner, fitly, properly.
Rateable.
A shelf behind the altar, for display of lights, vases of WLOWERS, etc.
Hematic.
Of or pertaining to the blood, sanguine, brownish red.
Eaglewood.
A kind of fragrant wood, a soft, resinous wood Aquilaria galocha, of highly aromatic smell, burned by the Orientals as a perfume. It is called also eaglewood and aloes wood. The name is also given to some other species.
Incoercible.
Not capable of being reduced to the form of a liquid by pressure, set of any gas above its critical point, also particularly of oxygen, hydrogen, nitrogen, and carbon monoxide, formerly regarded as incapable of liquefaction at any temperature or pressure.
Relief.
The act of relieving, or the state of being relieved, the removal, or partial removal, of any evil, or of anything oppressive or burdensome, by which some ease is obtained, succor, alleviation, comfort, ease, redress.
Circumnutation.
The successive bowing or bending in different directions of the growing tip of the stems of many plants, especially seen in climbing plants.
Extortion.
The offense committed by an officer who corruptly claims and takes, as his fee, money, or other thing of value, that is not due, or more than is due, or before it is due.
Concretional.
Pertaining to, or formed by, concretion or aggregation, producing or containing concretions.
Chop.
To purchase by way of drug.
Strip.
To divest of clothing, to uncover.
Wide.
Remote, distant, far.
Digest.
To dispose to separate, or generate healthy pus, as an ulcer or wound.
Disunion.
The termination of union, separation, disjunction, as the disunion of the body and the soul.
Mead.
To reward, to repay.
Over.
Also, with verbs of being, at or on, the opposite side, as the boat is over.
Dermoid.
Resembling skin, skin-like.
Transverse.
Anything that is transverse or athwart.
Armillary.
Pertaining to, or resembling, a bracelet or ring, consisting of rings or circles.
Phalangid.
One of the phalangoidea.
Virulence.
The quality or state of being virulent or venomous, poisonousness, malignancy.
Hydrometrical.
Made by means of an hydrometer, as hydrometric observations.
Torpescence.
The quality or state or being torpescent, torpidness, numbness, stupidity.
Haltingly.
In a halting or limping manner.
Freaking.
Present participle in verbal noun of freak, a sudden causeless change or turn of the mind, a whim of fancy, a capricious prank, a vagary or caprice.
Urination.
A sandbath, application of hot sand to the body.
Brother.
A male person who has the same father and mother with another person, or who has one of them only. In the latter case he is more definitely called half-brother, or brother of the half-blood.
Behemoth.
An animal, probably the hippopotamus, described in Job 40:15-24.
Hoplite.
A heavy-armed infantry soldier.
Inexistent.
Inexistent, not existing.
Conics.
Conic sections.
Trim.
Order, disposition, condition, as, to be in good trim.
Petrology.
A treatise on petrology.
Dentilingual.
produced by applying the tongue to the teeth or to the gums, or representing a sound so formed.
Scholar.
One engaged in the pursuits of learning, a learned person, one versed in any branch, or in many branches, of knowledge, a person of high literary or scientific attainments, a savant.
Superintender.
A superintendent.
Sayimer.
The squirrel monkey.
Sinner.
One who has sinned, especially one who has sinned without repenting, hence, a persistent and incorrigible transgressor, one condemned by the law of God.
Awful.
Struck or filled with awe, terror-stricken.
Commutual.
Mutual, reciprocal, united.
Parallel.
To equal, to match, to correspond to.
Exasperation.
Increase of violence or malignity, aggravation, exacerbation.
Jar.
To act in opposition or disagreement, to clash, to interfere, to quarrel, to dispute.
Hyper-orthodoxy.
Orthodoxy pushed to excess.
A theoscope.
An instrument for exhibiting the repulsive action produced by light or heat in an exhausted vessel. A modification of the radiometer.
Stylus.
A pen-shaped pointing device used to specify the cursor position on a graphics tablet.
Iconical.
Pertaining to, or consisting of, images, pictures, or representations of any kind.
Penfish.
A squid.
Theropin.
A disease of the hock, sometimes of the knee, of the horse, caused by inflammation of the synovial membrane and a consequent excessive secretion of the synovial fluid, probably so called because there is usually an oval swelling on each side of the leg, appearing somewhat as if a pin had been thrust through.
Sirrise.
To associate, or hold fellowship, as sisters, to have sisterly feelings, analogous to fraternize.
Comminated.
Imperfect and past participle of comminate, to reduce to minute particles, or to a fine powder, to pulverize, to triturate, to grind, as, to comminate chalk or bones, to comminate food with the teeth.
Laureated.
Imperfect and past participle of laureate, to honor with a wreath of laurel, as formerly was done in bestowing a degree at the English universities.
Disprivilege.
To deprive of a privilege or privileges.
Nod.
To incline or bend, as the head or top, to make a motion of assent, of salutation, or of drowsiness with, as, to nod the head.
Greed.
A definite summary of what is believed, especially a summary of the articles of Christian faith, a confession of faith for public use, especially one which is brief and comprehensive.
ingenious,
Mental, intellectual,
retiform,
composed of crossing lines and interstices, reticular, net-like, as the retiform coat of the eye.
disquantity,
To diminish the quantity of, to lessen.
compulsory,
Obligatory, enjoined by authority, necessary, due to compulsion.
polymetallic,
Pertaining to, or designating, an artificial acid of the oleic acid series, isomeric with linoleic acid.
graham bread,
Bread made of unbolted wheat flour.
nebule,
Composed of successive short curves supposed to resemble a cloud, set of heraldic line by which an ordinary or subordinary may be bounded.
evolution,
That series of changes under natural law which involves continuous progress from the homogeneous to the heterogeneous in structure, and from the single and simple to the diverse and manifold in quality or function. The process is by some limited to organic beings, by others it is applied to the inorganic and the psychical. It is also applied to explain the existence and growth of institutions, manners, language, civilization, and every product of human activity. The agencies and laws of the process are variously explained by different philosophrs.
sumph,
A dunce, a blockhead.
scarlet,
Of the color called scarlet, as a scarlet cloth or thread.
troco,
An old English game, called also lawn billiards.
abanga,
A West Indian palm, also the fruit of this palm, the seeds of which are used as a remedy for diseases of the chest.
natrium,
The technical name for sodium.
rope dancer,
One who dances, walks, or performs acrobatic feats on a rope extended through the air at some height.
pseudobulb,
An aerial corm, or thickened stem, as of some epiphytic orchidaceous plants.
tenderly,
In a tender manner, with tenderness, mildly, gently, softly, in a manner not to injure or give pain, with pity or affection, kindly.
gully,
A grooved iron rail or trampoline.
helber,
A genus of perennial herbs helberous, of the crowfoot family, mostly having powerfully cathartic and even poisonous qualities. Niger is the European black helper, or Christmas rose, blossoming in winter or earliest spring. Officinalis was the officinal helper of the ancients.
breathe,
That degree of evidence which convinces the mind of any truth or fact, and produces belief, attest by facts or arguments that induce, or tend to induce, certainty of the judgment, conclusive evidence, demonstration.
Pectostrata.
A degenerate order of crustacea, including the Rhizocephala and Cyripedia.
Zareba.
An improvised stockade, especially one made of thorn bushes, etc.
Stavesiker.
A kind of larkspur Delphinium staphysagria, and its seeds, which are violently purgative and emetic, they are used as a parasiticide, and in the East for poisoning fish.
Underwrite.
To practice the business of insuring, to take a risk of insurance on a vessel or the like.
Ferulic.
Purification, a sacrifice.
Cephalid.
Forwards, towards the head or anterior extremity of the body, opposed to caudad.
Roarland.
Having the surface appearing as if dusty, or covered with fine dew.
Undauntable.
Incapable of being daunted, intrepid, fearless, indomitable.
Factive.
Making, having power to make.
Anthology.
A collection of flowers of literature, that is, beautiful passages from authors, a collection of poems or epigrams, particularly applied to a collection of ancient Greek epigrams.
Vulgarian.
Pertaining to Dogger, or to his invention of the Doggeriatai.
Allicient.
That attracts, attracting.
Rookery.
The breeding ground of seals, especially of the fur seals.
Conception.
Conceit, affected sentiment or thought.
9.
8 and 1 more, 1 less than 10, as 9 miles.
Aristotle.
Controversial.
Adfected.
Made up of terms involving different powers of the unknown quantity, adfected, as, an affected equation.
Wicker.
A temporary mark or boundary, as a bough of a tree set up in marking out or dividing anything, as widths, swaths to be mowed in common ground, etc., called also wicker.
Long nose.
The European garfish.
Uniseriate.
Having one line or series, uniserial.
Whistling.
Present participle and verbal noun of whistle. A sharp, shrill, more or less musical sound, made by forcing the breath through a small orifice of the lips, or through an instrument which gives a similar sound. The sound used by a sportsman in calling his dogs, the shrill note of a bird, as, the sharp whistle of a boy, or of a boatswain's pipe, the blackbird's mellow whistle.
Solder.
A nickname given to any poor white living in the pine woods which cover the sandy hills in Georgia and South Carolina.
Palmin.
Virginoline.
Terrace phenode.
Near the sphenoid bone, applied especially to a bone situated immediately beneath the sphenoid in the base of the skull in many animals.
Cottage.
Set or covered with cottages.
Waddling.
Present participle and verbal noun of waddle. To walk with short steps, swaying the body from one side to the other, like a duck or very fat person. To move clumsily and totteringly along. To toddle. To stumble. As a child waddles when he begins to walk, a goose waddles.
Skip.
To leap lightly over, as to skip the rope.
Narcissus.
A beautiful youth fabled to have been enamored of his own image as seen in a fountain, and to have been changed into the flower called Narcissus.
Ranger.
The keeper of a public park or forest, formerly a sworn officer of a forest, appointed by the king's letters patent, whose business was to walk through the forest, recover beasts that had strayed beyond its limits, watch the deer, present trespasses to the next court held for the forest, etc.
Curator.
One appointed to act as guardian of the estate of a person not legally competent to manage it, or of an absentee, a trustee, a guardian.
Equi.
To render quiet, to soothe.
Caroling.
Of carol.
Rectitude.
Rightness of principle or practice, exact conformity to truth, or to the rules prescribed for moral conduct, either by divine or human laws, uprightness of mind, uprightness, integrity, honesty, justice.
Sand.
The sand in the hourglass, hence, a moment or interval of time, the term or extent of one's life.
Propulsion.
The act driving forward or away. The act or process of propelling, as steam propulsion.
Malvacy.
Malmsey wine, a kind of sweet wine from Crete, the Canary Islands, etc.
Scoop.
A sweep, a stroke, a swoop.
Snakefish.
The lizardfish.
Disintegrated.
Imperfect and past participle of disintegrate, to separate into integrant parts, to reduce to fragments or to powder, to break up, or cause to fall to pieces, as a rock, by blows of hammer, frost, rain, and other mechanical or atmospheric influences.
Shardy.
Having, or consisting of, shards.
Belgian.
A native or inhabitant of Belgium.
Post.
With post horses, hence, in haste, as, to travel post.
Siding.
Attaching oneself to party.
Scuti branch.
Having the gills protected by a shield-like shell, of or pertaining to the scuti branchiata.
Detain.
The state of being detained, stopped or hindered, delayed from necessity.
Prompt.
To assist or induce the action of, to move to action, to instigate, to incite.
Diametrically.
In a diametrical manner, directly, as, diametrically opposite.
Hippocarpium.
A fleshy enlargement of the receptacle, or for the stem, below the proper fruit, as in the cashew of cashew.
Distrust.
To feel absence of trust in, not to confide in or rely upon, to deem of questionable sufficiency or reality, to doubt, to be suspicious of, to mistrust.
Spell.
A gratuitous helping forward of another's work, as, a logging spell.
Cooper.
Work done by a cooper in making or repairing barrels, casks, etc. The business of a cooper.
Transferable.
Negotiable, as a note, bill of exchange, or other evidence of property, that may be conveyed from one person to another by endorsement or other writing, capable of being transferred with no loss of value, as, the stocks of most public companies are transferable. Some tickets are not transferable.
Intrafusion.
The act of pouring into a vessel, specifically medicine, the operation of introducing a substance into a blood vessel, as intrafusion of blood.
Sea crawfish.
Any crustacean of the genus Palinurus and allied genera, as the European spiny lobster page vulgaris, which is much used as an article of food. Any large macrous crustacean used as food, especially those of the genus Humbrus, as the American lobster H. americanus, and the European lobster H. vulgaris. The Norwegian lobster Nephrops norvegicus is similar in form. All these have a pair of large and equal claws. The spiny lobsters of more southern waters, belonging to Palinurus, Panurus, and allied genera, have no large claws. The freshwater crayfishes are sometimes called lobsters.
Dispassioned.
Free from passion, dispassion.
Bisp.
Past participle of bespit, to daub or soil with spittle.
West Indian.
Belonging or relating to the West Indies.
Apil.
To thrust in up to the hill, as, to pilt one's sword into an enemy.
Desirous.
Feeling desire, eagerly wishing, solicitous, eager to obtain, covetous.
jeton,
A metal counter used in playing cards.
monostrophic,
Having one strophe only, not varied in measure. Written in invaried measure.
tarditation,
The quality or state of being tardy.
retch,
To make an effort to vomit, to strain, as in vomiting.
berry,
A small fruit that is pulpy or succulent throughout, having seeds loosely embedded in the pulp, as the currant, grape, blueberry.
transcendental,
A transcendentalist.
undecent,
Indecent.
oligoshi,
Of or pertaining to the oligochaeta.
exerted,
Imperfect and past participle of exert, to put force, ability, or anything of the nature of an active faculty, to put in vigorous action, to bring into active operation, as, to exert the strength of the body, limbs, faculties, or imagination, to exert the mind or the voice.
blood,
Descent from parents of recognized breed, excellence or purity of breed.
dosen,
A flexible pipe, made of leather, India rubber, or other material, and used for conveying fluids, especially water, from a faucet, hydrant, or fire engine.
metis,
The offspring of a white person and an American Indian.
proctor,
An officer employed in admiralty and ecclesiastical causes. He answers to an attorney at common law, or to a solicitor in equity.
skipper,
One who, or that which, skips.
biachially,
Having two oculi-like spots, set of a wing, etc.
theoretics,
The speculative part of a science, speculation.
crossbirth,
Any preternatural labor, in which the body of the child lies across the pelvis of the mother, so that the shoulder, arm, or trunk is the part first presented at the mouth of the uterus.
pygropods,
A division of swimming birds which includes the birds, divers, auks, etc., in which the legs are placed far back.
noel,
The head, the noddle.
circumfusal,
Capable of being poured or spread round.
granulate,
To raise in granules or small asperities, to make rough on the surface.
armchair,
A chair with arms to support the elbows or forearms.
bowery,
A farm or plantation with its buildings.
pitch,
To fix one's choice with on or upon.
acrosporus,
Having across pores.
notary,
One who records in shorthand what is said or done, as the notary of an ecclesiastical body.
thebane,
A poisonous alkaloid, C19H2103, found in opium in small quantities, having a sharp, astringent taste, and a tetanic action resembling that of strychnine.
lift,
Act of lifting, also, that which is lifted.
populacy,
The common people, the vulgar, the multitude, comprehending all persons not distinguished by rank, office, education, or profession.
appealed,
Imperfect and past participle of appeal, to make application for the removal of the cause, from an inferior to a superior judge or court for a rehearing or review on account of alleged injustice or illegality in the trial below. We say, the cause was appealed from an inferior court.
fall,
To sink, to depress, as, to fall the voice.
energetically,
Without energy.
tarsus,
A plate of dense connective tissue or cartilage in the eyelid of man and many animals, called also tarsal cartilage and tarsal plate.
nonpareil,
A beautifully colored finch passerinoceras, native of the southern United States. The male has the head and neck deep blue, rump and underparts bright red, back and wings golden green, and the tail bluish purple, called also painted finch.
voltless,
A form of voltaic or galvanic battery suitable for use electrotyping.
contingencies,
A certain possible event that may or may not happen, by which, when happening, some particular title may be affected.
beige,
Debauch.
pitter,
A contrivance for removing the pits from peaches, plums, and other stone fruit.
distill,
To obtain by distillation, to extract by distillation, as spirits, essential oil, etc. To rectify, as, to distill brandy from wine, to distill alcoholic spirits from grain, to distill essential oils from flowers, etc. To distill fresh water from seawater.
frothy,
Woody.
manto,
A woman's cloak or mantle.
escape,
A grove, a thicket, shrubbery, an enclosure formed by branches of trees, regularly or irregularly disposed.
tribunal,
The seat of a judge, the bench on which a judge and his associates sit for administering justice.
demonstrate,
To exhibit and explain a dissection or other anatomical preparation.
denouncement,
Solemn, official, or menacing announcement, denunciation.
acidifying,
Present participle and verbal noun of acidify, to convert into acid or vinegar.
unamiable,
Not amiable, morose, ill-natured, repulsive.
higher,
Her, hers, the form of the objective and the possessive case of the personal pronoun she, as, I saw her with her purse out.
bristle,
A machine for spinning wool, cotton, etc. from the room, consisting of a set of drawing rollers with bobbins and flyers, and differing from the mule in having the twisting apparatus stationary and the process is continuous, so called because it makes a singing noise.
amentiferous,
Bearing catkins.
fiddle,
A fiddle.
Pansclavonian,
Pertaining to all the Slavic races.
decoy,
Anything intended to lead into a snare, a lure that deceives and misleads into danger, or into the power of an enemy, a bait.
punning,
Present participle and verbal noun of pun, a play on words which have the same sound but different meanings, an expression in which two different applications of a word present an odd or ludicrous idea, a kind of quibble or equivocation.
conjure,
To combine together by an oath, to conspire, to confederate.
hard-featured,
Having coarse, unattractive or stern features.
assassinate,
To kill by surprise or secret assault, to murder by treacherous violence.
ward,
A division of a hospital, as a fever ward.
vassal,
A subject, a dependent, a servant, a slave.
olived,
Decorated or furnished with olive trees.
chase,
To follow as if to catch, to pursue, to compel to move on, to drive by following, to cause to fly, often with away or off, as, to chase the hens away.
slick and sides,
The smooth, striated, or partially polished surfaces of a fissure or seam, supposed to have been produced by the sliding of one surface on another.
venomous,
Poisonous.
glue,
The lower corner of a square sail, or the after corner of a fore and aft sail.
flame,
Past participle of flay, to skin, to strip off the skin or surface of, as, to flay an ox, to flay the green earth.
pinioned,
Having wings or pinions.
Attachment.
A seizure or taking into custody by virtue of a legal process.
Pattern.
To turn or transfer homage and service from one lord to another. This is the act of feudatories, vassals, or tenants, upon the alienation of the estate.
Snowstorm.
A storm with falling snow.
Asafetida.
Pertaining to, of the nature of, or containing, asphalt, bituminous.
Sile.
A young or small herring.
Gallop.
A kind of lively dance, in 2 to 4 time, also, the music to the dance.
Interleave.
To insert a leaf or leaves in, to bind with blank leaves inserted between the others, as, to interleave a book.
Roast.
To dry and parch by exposure to heat, as, to roast coffee, to roast chestnuts, or peanuts.
Sclerogen.
The thickening matter of woody cells, lignin.
Infestor.
To fester.
Robin.
The chaffinch, called also robert.
Stop.
That portion of a pack of cards not distributed to the players at the beginning of certain games, as bleak, etc., but which might be drawn from afterward as occasion required. The bank.
In existence.
That which exists within, a constituent.
Kitten.
The French name for concrete, hence, concrete made after the French fashion.
Efflux.
The act or process of flowing out or issuing forth, effusion, outflow, as the efflux of matter from an ulcer, the efflux of men's piety.
Sear.
Dry, withered, to burn the surface of, to dryness and hardness, to cauterize, to expose to a degree of heat such as changes the color or the hardness and texture of the surface, to scorch, to make callous, as, to sear the skin or flesh, also used figuratively.
Cervixes.
The neck, also, the neck-like portion of any part, as of the womb of bird.
Equilibrated.
Imperfect and past participle of equilibrate, to balance two skills, sides, or ends, to keep even with equal weight on each side, to keep in equipoise.
Topmast.
The second mast, or that which is next above the lower mast, and below the top-end mast.
Vermiform.
Resembling a worm in form or motions, vermicular, as the vermiform process of the cerebellum.
Bed.
A layer or seam, or horizontal stratum between layers, as a bed of coal, iron, etc.
rebukable,
worthy of rebuke or reprehension, reprehensible.
regency,
The office of ruler, real, authority, government.
potboy,
A boy who carries pots of ale, beer, etc., a menial in a public house.
bear,
To carry on, or maintain, to have.
footpaths,
A narrow path or way for pedestrians only, a footway.
possessive,
A possessive pronoun, or a word in the possessive case.
circumlocution,
The use of many words to express an idea that might be expressed by few, indirect or roundabout language, a paraphrase.
attire,
The antlers, or antlers and scalp, of a stag or buck.
reparative,
Repairing, or tending to repair.
breviature,
An abbreviature, an abbreviation.
whitefish,
Any one of several species of Corygonus, a genus of excellent food fishes allied to the salmons. They inhabit the lakes of the colder parts of North America, Asia, and Europe. The largest and most important American species, centigrade clipiformis, is abundant in the Great Lakes, and in other lakes farther north, called also lake whitefish and Oswego bass.
genusarian,
Of or pertaining to the Janissaries, or their government.
balsamation,
The art or process of embalming.
bagnon,
Of Bagnaw.
telluric,
Of or pertaining to the earth, proceeding from the earth.
anacathartic,
An anacathartic medicine, an expectorant or an emetic.
hastened,
Imperfect and past participle of hasten, to press, to drive or urge forward, to push on, to precipitate, to accelerate the movement of, to expedite, to hurry.
perpetuans,
The quality or condition of an estate by which it becomes inalienable, either perpetually or for a very long period. Also, the estate itself so modified or perpetuated.
thoughtless,
Lacking thought, careless, inconsiderate, rash, as a thoughtless person or act.
textbook,
A volume, as of some classical author, on which a teacher lectures or comments, hence, any manual of instruction, a schoolbook.
allantoin,
A crystalline, transparent, colorless substance found in the allantoic liquid of the fetal calf, formerly called allantoic acid and amniotic acid.
kennel,
A house for a dog or for dogs, or for a pack of hounds.
meristem,
A tissue of growing cells, or cells capable of further division.
Spur.
Any stiff, sharp spine, as on the wings and legs of certain birds, on the legs of insects, etc., especially the spine on a cock's leg.
Pendants.
Slope, inclination.
Rack rent.
To subject to rack rent, as a farm or tenant.
I solve.
Ointment for the eye.
Timpano.
A combining form used in anatomy to indicate connection with, or relation to, the tympanum, as in tympanodial, tympano-eustachian.
Equipus.
Counterpus.
Water germander.
A lobiate plantoeucrium scordium, found in marshy places in Europe.
Stick.
To set with something pointed, as, to stick cards.
Nummuli.
A fossil of the genus Nummulites and allied genera.
Penachal.
Any one of numerous species of Penatula, pteroids, and allied genera of Alcyonaria, having a feather-like form. A sepen. The zoots are situated along one edge of the side branches.
Unprudent.
Imprudent.
Belgic.
Of or pertaining to the Belge, a German tribe who anciently possessed the country between the Rhine, the Seine, and the ocean.
Quench.
To extinguish, to overwhelm, to make an end of, set of flame and fire, of things burning, and figuratively of sensations and emotions, as, to quench flame, to quench a candle, to quench thirst, love, hate, etc.
Rescend.
To send back, as, to resend a gift.
Interpolator.
One who interpolates, especially one who inserts foreign or spurious matter in genuine writings.
Carbonization.
The act or process of carbonizing.
Trammel.
To confine, to hamper, to shackle.
Telezone.
A metazone.
Next.
A joining in a series, immediately preceding or following in order.
Remipe.
One of a group of aquatic beetles having tarsi adapted for swimming. Any one of numerous species of aquatic beetles belonging to Dytiscus and allied genera of the family Dyticid, and to various genera of the family Hydrophilic. These beetles swim with great agility, the front hind legs acting together like oars.
Detainment.
The state of being detained, stopped or hindered, delayed from necessity.
Chronicle.
A narrative of events, a history, a record.
Grosler.
pertaining to or resembling a gooseberry, as grosser garn.
Fake.
One of the circles or windings of a cable or hawser, as it lies in a coil, a singleton or coil.
Houseless.
Destitute of the shelter of a house, shelterless, homeless, as a houseless wanderer.
Column.
The body formed by the union of the stamens in the mallow family, or of the stamens and pistil in the orchids.
Clype.
Shaped like a round buckler or shield, scudate.
Summit.
A society, a congregation, a worshipping assembly, or church, especially of the Brahmosoma.
Alleviative.
That which alleviates.
Invaluable.
Invaluable, being beyond price.
Articulation.
The act of putting together with a joint or joints, any meeting of parts in a joint.
Adjacent.
A substance liable to become sour.
Preparatively.
By way of preparation.
Behoove.
Advantage, behoof.
Disfavorable.
Unfavorable.
Insatiety.
Greediness of appetite that cannot be satisfied or appeased. Insatiability.
Choker.
A stiff white cravat, a stock.
Maneuver.
Management, dexterous movement, specifically, a military or naval evolution, movement, or change of position.
Couch.
To conceal, to include or involve darkly.
Straight.
Approximately straight, not much curved, as straight ribs are such as pass from the base of a leaf to the apex, with a small curve.
Snick.
A small cut or mark.
Farl.
To bind with a farl.
Tenuous.
Rare, subtle, not dense, set of fluids.
Constant.
Consistent, logical.
Engrave.
To bury.
Ecmetus.
Pertaining to eczema, having the characteristic of eczema.
Revengeance.
Vengeance, revenge.
Amodite.
One of a genus of fishes, the sand eel.
Nazarite.
A Jew bound by a vow to leave the hair uncut, to abstain from wine and strong drink, and to practice extraordinary purity of life and devotion, the obligation being for life, or for a certain time. The word is also used adjectively.
Eliminate.
To set aside as unimportant in a process of inductive inquiry, to leave out of consideration.
Commish.
An intoxicating fermented or distilled liquor originally made by the Tartars from mare's or camel's milk. It can be obtained from any kind of milk, and is now largely made in Europe.
Precipitation.
The act of precipitating, or the state of being precipitated, or thrown headlong.
Philomathic.
Having love of learning or letters.
Nacre.
A pearly substance which lines the interior of many shells, and is most perfect in the mother of pearl, written also nacre and nacre, a fringe or border, and mother of pearl.
Entitled.
Being without title or right, not entitled.
Penitentiary.
One who does penance.
Sigh.
To make a sound like sighing.
Vomition.
The act or power of vomiting.
Hesitation.
A faltering in speech, stammering.
Hypostasis.
Substance, subsistence, essence, person, personality, used by the early theologians to denote any one of the three subdivisions of the Godhead, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Discomfiting.
Present participle and verbal noun of discomfit, to break up and frustrate the plans of, to balk / to throw into perplexity and dejection, to disconcert.
Cut grass.
A grass with leaves having edges furnished with very minute hooked prickles, which form a cutting edge, one or more species of Larissa.
Aboriginal.
Of or pertaining to Aborigines, as a Hindu of Aboriginal blood.
Alcohol.
An impalpable powder.
Emphasized.
Imperfect and past participle of emphasize, to utter or pronounce with a particular stress of voice, to make emphatic, as, to emphasize a word or a phrase.
Predication.
The act of delivering a religious discourse, the art of sermonizing, also, a sermon, a public religious discourse, serious, earnest advice.
Well nigh.
Almost, nearly.
Adversion.
A turning towards, attention.
Humic.
Pertaining to, or derived from, vegetable mold, as, humic acid, a bitter, brownish yellow, amorphous substance, extracted from vegetable mold, and also produced by the action of acids on certain sugars and carbohydrates, called also humic acid, elmin, gyn, elmic or gaic acid, etc.
Chaser.
one who chases or engraves, a kind of joint by which an overlap joint is changed to flush joint, by means of a gradually deepening rabbet, as at the ends of clinker-built boats.
Melodized.
Imperfect and past participle of melodize, to make melodious, to form into, or set to, melody.
Lamelicorn.
A lamelicorn insect.
Vulgaris.
A female avenger.
Cavia.
Intimation of caution, warning, protest.
Certain.
Assured in mind, having no doubts, free from suspicions concerning.
Observance.
Servile attention, sycophancy.
While.
A trick or stratagem practiced for ensnaring or deception, a sly, insidious, artifice, a beguilement, an allurement.
Cupric.
Of, pertaining to, or derived from, copper. Containing copper, said of those compounds of copper in which this element is present in its lowest proportion.
Mold.
Imperfect and past participle of mold. To beat and bruise with a heavy stick or cudgel. To wound in a coarse manner.
Set.
To place plants or shoots in the ground. To plant.
Daytime.
The time during which there is daylight, as distinguished from the night.
Yes.
To occupy, to employ, to use up.
Peteril.
Any one of numerous species of long-winged seabirds belonging to the family Procelrid, the small petrels, or mother Caras's chickens, belong to Oceanites, Oceanodromia, Procellaria, and several allied genera.
Usher.
Tusher.
Rehire.
To hire again.
Base.
A kind of skirt often of velvet or brocade, but sometimes of mailed armor, which hung from the middle to about the knees, or lower.
Lay.
Fallow, unseated.
Impaste.
To knead, to make into paste, to concrete.
Feathered.
Imperfect and past participle of feather, a longitudinal strip projecting as a fin from an object, to strengthen it, or to enter a channel in another object and thereby prevent displacement sidewise but permit motion lengthwise, a spline.
Renegado.
An apostate from Christianity or from any form of religious faith.
Redintegration.
Restoration of a mixed body or matter to its former nature and state.
Define.
To determine with precision, to mark out with distinctness, to ascertain or exhibit clearly, as the defining power of an optical instrument.
capital,
First in importance, chief, principal.
cabin,
To confine in, or as in, a cabin.
recover,
To get or obtain again, to get renewed possession of, to win back, to regain.
warrantize,
Authority, security, warranty.
indifferent,
Free from bias or prejudice, impartial, unbiased, disinterested.
envision,
Want of vision or of the power of seeing.
lordosis,
A curvature of the spine forwards, usually in the lumbar region.
unification,
Agreement of name and meaning.
pass,
To transcend, to surpass, to excel, to exceed.
panic struck,
Struck with a panic or sudden fear.
subhabitation,
Unlawful sexual intercourse.
bleed,
To lose or shed one's blood, as in case of a violent death or severe wounds. To die by violence.
exhilarated,
Imperfect and past participle of exhilarate, to make merry or jolly, to enliven, to animate, to gladden greatly, to cheer, as, good news exhilarates the mind, wine exhilarates a man.
alderman,
One of a board or body of municipal officers next in order to the mayor and having a legislative function. They may, in some cases, individually exercise some magisterial and administrative functions.
pug,
A name for a fox.
temperate,
Proceeding from temperance.
buffeting,
Present participle and verbal noun of buffet, a blow from any source, or that which affects like a blow, as the violence of winds or waves, a stroke, an adverse action, an affliction, a trial, adversity.
orange,
Of or pertaining to an orange, of the color of an orange, reddish yellow, as an orange ribbon.
important,
Importunate, pressing, urgent.
lording,
Present participle and verbal noun of lord, a titled nobleman, whether a peer of the realm or not, a bishop, as a member of the House of Lords, by courtesy, the son of a duke or marquis, or the eldest son of an earl, in a restricted sense, a baron, as opposed to nobleman of higher rank.
reassign,
To assign back or again, to transfer back what has been assigned.
whiles,
Meanwhile, meantime.
tempering,
Present participle and verbal noun of temper. To mingle in due proportion. To prepare by combining. To modify, as by adding some new element. To qualify, as by an ingredient. Hence, to soften, to mollify, to assuage, to soothe, to calm.
infirm,
Infirm.
Moloch,
The fire god of the Ammonites, to whom human sacrifices were offered. Moloch.
ridicule,
An object of sport or laughter, a laughing stock, a laughing matter.
peltated,
Shield-shaped, scutiform, dot, having the stem or support attached to the lower surface, instead of at the base or margin, said of a leaf or other organ.
denied,
Imperfect and past participle of deny, to disclaim connection with, responsibility for, and the like, to refuse to acknowledge, to disown, to abjure, to disavow.
marbium,
A genus of bitter aromatic plants, sometimes used in medicine, horehound.
unacceptability,
The quality of being unacceptable, unacceptableness.
fly blow,
One of the eggs or young larvae deposited by a flesh fly, or blowfly.
intercede,
To pass between, to intervene.
serrage,
Direction, regulation, management, guidance.
porridge,
A food made by boiling some leguminous or farinaceous substance, or the meal of it, in water or in milk, making of broth or thin pudding, as barley porridge, milk porridge, bean porridge, etc.
natural,
Of or pertaining to a key which has neither a flat nor a sharp for its signature, as the key of C major.
intent,
Closely directed, strictly attentive, bent, set of the mind, thoughts, etc., as the mind intent on self-improvement.
distractedly,
Disjointedly, madly.
euthanize,
An old name for a fossil consisting of the petrified teeth and palatal bones of fishes belonging to the family of pycnodonts picteeth, whose remains occur in the oolite and chalk formations, toad's tone, so named from a notion that it was originally formed in the head of a toad.
shingler,
One who shingles.
catalytic,
An agent employed in catalysis, as platinum, black, aluminium chloride, etc.
split,
Divided, gulfed.
schistose,
Schistose refers to texture in metamorphic rocks, particularly schist, characterized by the parallel arrangement of platy minerals, which allows the rock to be easily split into thin layers. This term is derived from the word schist, which means to split in Greek.
Infold.
To clasp with the arms. To embrace.
Wheel worn.
Worn by the action of wheels, as a wheel-worn road.
Preservative.
That which preserves, or has the power of preserving, a preservative agent.
Eye.
The action of the organ of sight, look, view, ocular knowledge, judgment, opinion.
Black book.
A book of admiralty law, of the highest authority, compiled in the reign of Edward III.
Pluralism.
The state of a pluralist, the holding of more than one ecclesiastical living at a time.
Redrew.
Imperfect of redraw, to draw a new bill of exchange, as the holder of a protested bill, on the drawer or endorsers.
Letterpress.
Print, letters and words impressed on paper or other material by types, often used of the writing matter in distinction from the illustrations.
Finish.
The joiner work and other finer work required for the completion of a building, especially of the interior, within the sides of, in the interior, contained within, as, inside a house, book, bottle, etc., finish, and outside finish.
Muffety.
A small muff worn over the wrist.
Alchemistic.
Relating to or practicing alchemy.
Titter.
To laugh with the tongue striking against the root of the upper teeth. To laugh with restraint, or without much noise. To giggle.
Queen.
To make a queen or other piece, at the player's discretion, of by moving it to the eighth row, as, to queen a pawn.
Arbitrate.
To act as arbitrator or judge, as, to arbitrate upon several reports, to arbitrate in disputes among neighbors, to arbitrate between parties to a suit.
Milkate.
The incorporated materials for gunpowder, in the form of a dense mass or cake, ready to be subjected to the process of granulation.
Exorcism.
Conjuration for raising spirits.
Spasticity.
A state of spasm.
Sibyls.
A shoot running along underground, forming new plants at short distances.
Brittle.
Of or pertaining to as brutal nature.
Hectograph.
A contrivance for multiple copying, by means of a surface of gelatin softened with glycerin.
Ring.
To subject to extortion, to flick, or oppress, in order to enforce compliance.
Truss.
A bandage or apparatus used in cases of hernia, to keep up the reduced parts and hinder further protrusion, and for other purposes.
fetusly,
neatly, gracefully, properly.
outlast,
To exceed in duration, to survive, to endure longer than.
carriage,
The act or manner of conducting measures or projects, management.
geminiflorous,
Having the flowers arranged in pairs.
apocalyptic,
The writer of the Apocalypse.
monosymmetrical,
Having one oblique intersection, said of that system of crystallization in which the vertical axis is inclined to one, but at right angles to the other, lateral axis, the act or process by which a substance in solidifying assumes the form and structure of a crystal, or becomes crystallized.
exuviation,
The rejecting or casting off of some part, more particularly the outer cuticular layer, as the shells of crustaceans, skins of snakes, etc., molting, ectasis.
havans,
Impure or dirty or.
crumple,
To contract irregularly, to show wrinkles after being crushed together, as leaves crumple.
inventory,
Like an ingent, or partaking of its qualities.
naturality,
Nature, naturalness.
stimulants,
Intoxication, inebriation, drunkenness.
ventral,
Of or pertaining to the lower side or surface of a creeping moss or other low flowerless plant, opposed to dorsal.
soothing,
And from soothe, see.
cypress,
A thin, transparent stuff, the answering, conformable, agreeing, suiting, as, corresponding numbers.
quadragesima,
The 40 days of fast preceding Easter, Lent.
feculent,
Foul with extraneous or impure substances, abounding with sediment or excrementitious matter, muddy, thick, turbid.
shield,
A shell or pod.
dominate,
To predominate over, to rule, to govern.
Christmas,
An annual church festival December 25th, and in some states a legal holiday, in memory of the birth of Christ, often celebrated by a particular church service, and also by special gifts, greetings, and hospitality.
draw,
To perform the act, or practice the art, of delineation, to sketch, to form figures or pictures.
carum,
A flat-topped or convex cluster of flowers, each on its own footstalk, and arising from different points of a common axis, the outermost blossoms expanding first, as in the hawthorn.
prohibitive,
that prohibits, prohibitory, as, attacks whose effect is prohibitive.
collapsing,
Present participle and verbal noun of collapse, to fail suddenly and completely, like something hollow when subject to too much pressure. To undergo a collapse, as Maximilian's government collapsed soon after the French army left Mexico. Many financial projects collapse after attaining some success and importance.
territory,
A large extent or tract of land, a region, a country, a district.
reiterate,
Reiterated, repeated.
non-observance,
Neglect or failure to observe or fulfill.
are,
Ere, before.
harrowed,
Imperfect and past participle of harrow, an implement of agriculture, usually formed of pieces of timber or metal crossing each other, and set with iron or wooden teeth. It is drawn over plowed land to level it and break the clods, to stir the soil and make it fine, or to cover seed when sown.
pitiless,
Exciting no pity, as a pitiless condition.
high,
Possessing a characteristic quality in a supreme or superior degree, as high that is, intense, heat, high that is, full or quite, noon, high that is, rich or spicy, seasoning, high that is, complete, pleasure, high that is, deep or vivid, color, high that is, extensive, thorough, scholarship, etc.
mediatization,
The act of mediatizing,
mismatch,
to match unsuitably,
synthesion,
persulficinogen,
erring,
present participle and verbal noun of error, to miss intellectual truth, to fall into error, to mistake in judgment or opinion, to be mistaken,
anthropomorphize,
to attribute human form or personality to,
disposited,
inclined to mirth, jolly,
fearfully,
in a fearful manner.
topgallant,
A top-gallant mast or sail.
devise,
To give by will. Used of real estate, formerly, also, of chattels.
litter,
Disorder or untidiness resulting from scattered rubbish, or from things lying about and therefore, as, a room in a state of litter.
gulcha,
A small ingot of gold.
burnt,
Consumed with, or as with, fire, scorched or dried, as with fire or heat, baked or hardened in the fire or the sun.
swan,
Figuratively, an appellation for a sweet singer, or a poet noted for grace and melody, as Shakespeare is called the Swan of Avon.
muxy,
soft, sticky, and dirty.
custodes,
A keeper, a custodian, a superintendent.
dissery,
To take off the dress of, to enrib.
avant,
Avant, to boast.
acalis,
Having no stem or callus, or only a very short one concealed in the ground.
iterating,
Present participle and verbal noun of iterate, to utter or do a second time or many times, to repeat, as, to iterate advice.
nag,
A paramour, in contempt.
scythewet,
Wilson's thrush, so called from its note.
frith,
A forest, a woody place.
utterance,
Vocal expression, articulation, speech.
principle,
To equip with principles, to establish or fix in certain principles, to impress with any tenet or rule of conduct, good or ill.
soft-spoken,
Speaking softly, having a mild or gentle voice, hence, mild, affable.
oxybromic,
Pertaining to, or designating, certain compounds of oxygen and bromine.
apophyte,
The small hollow curvature given to the top or bottom of the shaft of a column where it extends to meet the edge of the fillet, called also the scale.
commute,
To commove, to disturb, to stir up.
trochili,
A division of birds comprising the hummingbirds.
epicure,
One devoted to dainty or luxurious sensual enjoyments, especially to the luxuries of the table.
pentamethylene,
The hypothetical hydrocarbon, C5H10, metameric with the amylons, and the nucleus of a large number of derivatives, so named because regarded as composed of 5-methylene residues. Compare trimethylene and tetramethylene.
reaction,
The mutual or reciprocal action of chemical agents upon each other, or the action upon such chemical agents of some form of energy, as heat, light, or electricity, resulting in a chemical change in one or more of these agents, with the production of new compounds or the manifestation of distinctive characters. A tube for directing a jet of air into a fire or into the flame of a lamp or candle, so as to concentrate the heat on some object. Reaction, flame reaction, underblowpip, and flame.
hard labored,
Wrought with severe labor, elaborate, studied.
icteric,
Pertaining to, or affected with, jaundice.
whiffing,
The act of one who, or that which, whiffs.
Carville built.
Having the planks meet flush at the seams, instead of lapping as in a clinker-built vessel.
Blubber.
Swollen, turgid, as a blubbered lip.
Communicative.
Inclined to communicate, ready to impart to others.
Inebriated.
Imperfect and past participle of inebriate, figuratively, to disorder the senses of, to exhilarate or elate as if by spirituous drink, to deprive of sense and judgment, also, to stupefy.
Regenerate.
Hence, to make a radical change for the better in the character or condition of, as, to regenerate society.
Bed.
The foundation or the more solid and fixed part or framing of a machine, or a part on which something is laid or supported, as, the bed of an engine.
Parliamentarian.
One versed in the rules and usages of Parliament or similar deliberative assemblies, as an accomplished parliamentarian.
Drinking.
The act of one who drinks, the act of imbibing.
Moan.
To make a low prolonged sound of grief or pain, whether articulate or not, to groan softly and continuously.
Trainer.
One who trains, an instructor, especially one who trains or prepares men, horses, etc., for exercises requiring physical agility and strength.
A senior.
An assigner, a person who assigns or transfers an interest, as the assignor of a debt or other chosen action.
Zilla.
Hello, thorny, suffrutescent, cruciferous plant Zilla myagroides, found in the deserts of Egypt. Its leaves are boiled in water and eaten by the Arabs.
Grindstone.
A flat, circular stone, revolving on an axle, for grinding or sharpening tools, or shaping or smoothing objects.
Colossal.
Of a size larger than heroic, of or pertaining to, or like, a hero, of the nature of heroes, distinguished by the existence of heroes, as the heroic age, and heroic people, heroic valor.
Incubation.
A sitting on eggs for the purpose of hatching young, a brooding on, or keeping warm, eggs, to develop the life within, by any process.
Effort.
An exertion of strength or power, whether physical or mental, in performing an act or aiming at an object, more or less strenuous endeavor, struggle directed to the accomplishment of an object, as an effort to scale a wall.
Nonplus.
Of nonplus.
Rogel.
The chitinous ribbon bearing the teeth of mollusks, called also lingual ribbon, and tongue, a special structure found in the mouth of most mollusks, except Bivalves. It consists of several muscles and a cartilage which supports a chitinous rhodula, or lingual ribbon, armed with teeth, also applied to the rhodula alone. The chitinous ribbon bearing the teeth of mollusks, called also lingual ribbon, and tongue, a special structure found in the mouth of most mollusks, except bivalves. It consists of several muscles and a cartilage which supports a chitinous rhodula, or lingual ribbon, armed with teeth, also applied to the rhodula alone. The chitinous ribbon bearing the teeth of mollusks, called also lingual ribbon, and tongue, a special structure found in the mouth of most mollusks, except bivalves. It consists of several muscles and a cartilage which supports a chitinous rhodula, or lingual ribbon, armed with teeth, also applied to the rhodula alone. See rhodula.
Puffing.
And N, from puff, C-I-N-D.
Ball.
A leather-covered cushion, fastened to handle called a ball stock, formerly used by printers for inking the form, but now superseded by the ruler.
Recapitulate.
To sum up, or enumerate by heads or topics, what has been previously said, to repeat briefly the substance.
Handbill.
A printing hook.
Obtusion.
The act or process of making obtuse or blunt.
Whir.
To make one's way slowly and with difficulty, to move or penetrate laboriously, to proceed with effort, with the following preposition, as down, out, into, up, through, and the like, as, scheme works out by degrees, to work into the earth.
Draft.
An order for the payment of money, in this sense almost always written draft.
Vertical.
A vertical line, plane, or circle.
Hence.
To send away.
Ranchos.
A large grazing farm where horses and cattle are raised, distinguished from hacienda, a cultivated farm or plantation.
Scrubber.
One who, or that which, scrubs, especially, a brush used in scrubbing.
Thunderbolt.
A shaft of lightning, a brilliant stream of electricity passing from one part of the heavens to another, or from the clouds to the earth.
Intertwine.
To be twined or twisted together, to become mutually involved or enfolded.
Hiring.
Rising higher, ascending.
Hearken.
To listen, to lend the ear, to attend to what is uttered, to give heed, to hear, in order to obey or comply.
Otter.
The larva of the ghost moth, it is very injurious to hop vines.
Stride.
Close, narrow, strict.
Rundle.
Something which rotates about an axis, as a wheel, or the drum of a capstan.
Llama.
the king of the infernal regions, corresponding to the Greek Pluto, and also the judge of departed souls. In later times he is more exclusively considered the dire judge of all, and the tormentor of the wicked. He is represented as of a green color, with red garments, having a crown on his head, his eyes inflamed, and sitting on a buffalo, with a club and noose in his hands.
Tragic.
A writer of tragedy.
Hornwort.
An aquatic plant xerophyllum, with finely divided leaves.
Abnegating.
Present participle and verbal noun of abnegate, to deny and reject, to abjure.
Penthouse.
A penthouse.
Worry.
To whisk along quickly, to hurry.
Taurus.
The receptacle, or part of the flower on which the carpels stand.
Coastal.
Of or pertaining to a coast.
Chewed.
To champ, to bite.
Sole.
The bottom or lower part of anything, or that on which anything rests in standing.
Empon.
To put in pawn, to pledge, to impon.
Infolded.
Imperfect and past participle of infold, to wrap up or cover with folds, to envelop, to enwrap, to enclose, to involve.
Physiographical.
Of or pertaining to physiography.
Preludius.
Of or pertaining to a prelude, of the nature of a prelude, introductory.
Conciliatory.
Tending to conciliate, pacific, mollifying, propitiating.
Bawdry.
Illicit intercourse, fornication.
Eat.
To chew and swallow as food, to devour, said especially of food not liquid, as, to eat bread.
Distraction.
A diversity of direction, detachment.
And bliss.
To deprive of blessings, to make wretched.
Inspector.
The district embraced by an inspector's jurisdiction.
Exasperate.
To be agitated, to boil up, to effervesce.
Stethoscope.
An apparatus for examining the interior of the mouth.
Blight.
The act of blighting, or the state of being blighted, a withering or milding, or a stoppage of growth in the whole or a part of a plant, etc.
Tom Bester.
A female dancer.
Leasing.
Present participle and verbal noun of lease, a demise or letting of lands, tenements, or hereditaments to another for life, for a term of years, or at will, or for any less interest than that which the lessor has in the property, usually for a specified rent or compensation.
Duff,
Dough or paste.
batter,
To slope gently backward.
ballad,
A paragraph describing something wonderful, used to fill out a newspaper column, an allusion to the miracle of Balaam's speaking.
disciplinant,
A flagellant, one of a fanatical sect which flourished in Europe in the 13th and 14th centuries, and maintained that flagellation was of equal virtue with baptism and the sacrament, called also disciplinant.
expropriate,
To put out of one's possession, to surrender the ownership of, also, to deprive of possession or proprietary rights.
vaporific,
Producing vapor, tending to pass, or to cause to pass, into vapor. Thus, volatile fluids are vaporific, heat is a vaporific agent.
gluteal,
Pertaining to, or in the region of, the gluteus.
solar,
A standard bearer, obtaining.
notch slash,
The back or upper part of the neck, the nape.
chersones,
A peninsula, a tract of land nearly surrounded by water, but united to a larger tract by a neck of land or isthmus, as the Chimbric Chersones, or Jutland, the Tauric Chersones, or Crimea.
copper nickel,
Nikolai.
dilacerated,
Imperfect and past participle of dilacerate, to rend asunder, to tear to pieces.
jumper,
A long drilling tool used by masons and quarrymen.
aspire,
To rise, to ascend, to tower, to soar.
humate,
A salt of humic acid.
course,
Method of procedure, manner or way of conducting, conduct, behavior.
shirk,
Imperfect and past participle of shirk, to avoid, to escape, to neglect, implying unfaithfulness or fraud, as, to shirk duty.
skilling,
A moneyed account in Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and North Germany, and also a coin. It had various values, from 3/4 of a cent in Norway to more than 2 cents in Lubeck.
brilliant,
A kind of cotton goods, figured on the weaving.
trickery,
Guile, trickery.
aquiline,
Curving, hooked, prominent, like the beak of an eagle, applied particularly to the nose.
parasital,
Of or pertaining to parricide, guilty of parricide.
pup slash,
Any insect in that stage of its metamorphosis which usually immediately precedes the adult, or imago, stage.
besieged,
Imperfect and past participle of besiege, to beset or surround with armed forces, for the purpose of compelling to surrender, to lay siege to builder, to beset.
kill,
The guillemot.
lemon,
An oval or roundish fruit resembling the orange, and containing a pulp usually intensely acid. It is produced by a tropical tree of the genus Citrus, the common fruit known in commerce being that of the species centigrade, limonum or centigrade, medica variant, limonum. There are many varieties of the fruit, some of which are sweet.
emitory,
Diuretic.
duel,
In rifle shooting, a contest in which each competitor pays a certain sum for every shot he makes, the net proceeds being divided among the winners.
sylvan,
Of or pertaining to Silva, forest-like, hence, rural, rustic.
bow-legged,
Having crooked legs, especially with the knees bent outward.
supernaturalness,
The quality or state of being supernatural.
innocent,
Doing hurt, or having a tendency to hurt, hurtful, mischievous, noxious, as, nocent qualities.
beale,
To express deep sorrow for, as by wailing, to lament, to wail over.
rueful,
Expressing sorrow.
intercommune,
To intercommunicate.
grasp,
The handle of a sword or of an oar.
pneumoskeleton,
A chitinous structure which supports the gill in some invertebrates.
sound,
To order, direct, indicate, or proclaim by a sound, or sounds. To give a signal for by a certain sound, as, to sound a retreat, to sound a parley.
Jainism,
The heterodox Hindu religion, of which the most striking features are the exaltation of saints or holy mortals, called jinns, above the ordinary Hindu gods, and the denial of the divine origin and infallibility of the Vedas. It is intermediate between Brahmanism and Buddhism, having some things in common with each.
collimating,
Of column.
black von,
A copious vomiting of dark-colored matter, or the substance so discharged, one of the most fatal symptoms in yellow fever.
dote,
To be excessively or foolishly fond, to love to excess, to be weakly affectionate, with on or upon, as the mother dotes on her child.
rally,
To recover strength after a decline in prices, set of the market, stocks, etc.
simplistic,
of or pertaining to simples, or a simplest.
snowcap,
A very small hummingbird Microcornaldo cornata, native of New Grenada.
problematical,
Having the nature of a problem, not shown in fact, questionable, uncertain, unsettled, doubtful.
Valsalvian,
Of or pertaining to Valsalva, an Italian anatomist of the 17th century.
segment,
A segment here,
between,
belonging to, or participated in by, to, and involving reciprocal action or affecting their mutual relation, as, opposition between science and religion.
concoct,
To digest, to convert into nourishment by the organs of nutrition.
imaginationalism,
The system or theory that denies the existence of material bodies, and teaches that we have no rational grounds to believe in the reality of anything but ideas and their relations.
vaginate,
Invested with, or as if with, a sheath, as, a vaginate stem, or one invested by the tubular base of a leaf.
brief,
To contend for, to canvass, to solicit.
comptroller,
A controller, a public officer whose duty it is to examine certify accounts.
demean,
To conduct, to behave, to comport, followed by the reflexive pronoun.
pulsatile,
Pulsating, throbbing, as a tumor.
guardhouse,
A building which is occupied by the guard, and in which soldiers are confined for misconduct, hence, a lockup.
ethnarch,
The governor of a province or people.
cabezon,
A California fish Hemilchidus spinosus, allied to the sculpin.
lingua,
Any one of numerous species of brachiopod shells belonging to the genus Lingua and related genera, a class of molluscoidea having a symmetrical bivalve shell, often attached by a fleshy peduncle. An illustration in appendix.
collector,
The district of a collector of customs, a collectorship.
trail,
To carry, as a firearm, with the breech near the ground and the upper part inclined forward, the piece being held by the right hand near the middle.
idiotry,
The condition or quality of being an idiot, absence, or marked deficiency, of sense and intelligence.
sea gudgeon,
The European black goby Gobius niger.
laundering,
The act, or occupation, of one who launders, washing and ironing.
bra,
to cause to sway backward and forward, as a body resting on a support beneath, as to rock a cradle or chair, to cause to vibrate, to cause to reel or totter.
Skirling.
A small trout or salmon, a name used loosely.
Breed.
To raise, as any kind of stock.
Retinoline.
The glycerin salt of retinoic acid, occurring as a characteristic constituent of castor oil, formerly called palmin.
Tracer.
One who, or that which, traces.
Ease.
Satisfaction, pleasure, hence, accommodation, entertainment.
Tick seed.
A seed or fruit resembling in shape an insect, as that of certain plants.
Warmth.
The glowing effect which arises from the use of warm colors, hence, any similar appearance or effect in a painting or work of color.
Whittlings.
Chips made by one who whittles, shavings cut from a stick with a knife.
Shortener.
One who, or that which, shortens.
Brooch.
To tap, to pierce, as a cask, in order to draw the liquor, hence, to let out, to shed, as blood.
Tinkle.
A small, sharp, quick sound, as that made by striking metal.
Pitch.
A method of painting with opaque colors, which have been ground in water and mingled with a preparation of gum. Also, a picture thus painted.
Intelligencer.
One who, or that which, sends or conveys intelligence or news, a messenger.
Dry.
Free from moisture, having little humidity or none, arid, not wet or moist, deficient in the natural or normal supply of moisture, as rain or fluid of any kind, said especially, of the wet air, free from rain or mist.
Repaid.
Imperative of repay.
Stagnamancy.
Divination by writing on the bark of a tree.
Seminar sky.
A rare mineral having a velvet black color and metallic luster. It is an iobate of uranium, iron, and the yttrium and cerium metals.
Thuld.
Imperfect and past participle of thole. A wooden or metal pin set in the gunwale of a boat to serve as a fulcrum for the oar in rowing.
False.
To mislead by want of truth, to deceive.
Licked.
Imperfect and past participle of lick, a quick and careless application of anything, as if by a stroke of the tongue, or of something which acts like a tongue, as, to put on colors with a lick of the brush, also, a small quantity of any substance so applied.
Heliometrical.
Of or pertaining to the heliometer, or to heliometry.
Deacon.
To rattle out each line of a psalm or hymn before singing it, usually with off.
Wish.
To desire, to long for, to hanker after, to have a mind or disposition toward.
Arching.
Present participle in verbal noun of arch, usually a curved member made up of separate wedge-shaped solids, with the joints between them disposed in the direction of the radii of the curve, used to support the wall or other weight above an opening. In this sense arches are segmental, round that is, semicircular, or pointed.
Gangrene.
A term formerly restricted to mortification of the soft tissues which has not advanced so far as to produce complete loss of vitality, but now applied to mortification of the soft parts in any stage.
Tabby.
An old maid or gossip.
Cursive.
A character used in cursive writing.
Untrained.
Not trained.
Firmness.
The state or quality of being firm.
Rub.
To move over the surface of a body, with pressure and friction, to graze, to chafe, as the boat rubs the ground.
Missile.
The book containing the service of the Mass for the entire year, a Mass book.
Soothing.
Present participle and verbal noun of soothe, to send to comply with, to gratify, to humor by compliance, to please with blandishments or soft words, to flatter.
Bractless.
A division of Lepidoptera including all the butterflies. They differ from other Lepidoptera in having club-shaped antennae.
Invert.
To turn outwards, or inside out, as an intestine.
Magnet.
A person of rank, a noble or grandee, a person of influence or distinction in any sphere.
Cantata.
A poem set to music, a musical composition comprising choruses, solos, interludes, etc., arranged in a somewhat dramatic manner. Originally, a composition for a single noise, consisting of both recitative and melody.
Bushman.
One of a race of South African nomads, living principally in the deserts, and not classified as allied in race or language to any other people.
Bell.
An aperture, with a wooden shutter, in the wall of a house, for giving, occasionally, air or light, also, a small closet.
Phlebitis.
Inflammation of a vein.
Potpourri.
A piece of music made up of different airs strung together, a medley.
Squab.
Unfledged, unfeathered, as a squab pigeon.
ceremonial,
a system of rules and ceremonies, enjoined by law, or established by custom, in religious worship, social intercourse, or the courts of princes, outward form.
miss,
A title of courtesy prefixed to the name of a girl or a woman who has not been married. A title of courtesy formerly prefixed to the name of a woman, married or unmarried, but now superseded by the contracted forms, mistress for a married, and miss for an unmarried woman.
tripartite,
Divided into three parts, tripartite, as a tripartite leaf.
decede,
To withdraw.
differentially,
In the way of differentiation.
parole,
Given or done by word of mouth, oral. Also, given by writing not under seal, as per all evidence.
rivel,
A wrinkle, a rimple.
tumbler,
A drinking glass, without a foot or stem, so called because originally it had a pointed or convex base, and could not be set down with any liquor in it, thus compelling the drinker to finish his measure.
overplease,
To please excessively.
observant,
An observantine.
fluoroid,
A tetrahexahedron, so called because it is a common form of fluoride.
fume,
To be as in a mist, to be dulled and stupefied.
pecker,
An instrument for pecking, a pick.
inobservant,
Not observant, regardless, heedless.
aflame,
And flames, glowing with light or passion, ablaze.
octandrous,
Of or pertaining to the octandria, having 8 distinct stamens.
sanitation,
The act of rendering sanitary, the science of sanitary conditions, the preservation of health, the use of sanitary measures, hygiene.
cannily,
In a canny manner.
comical,
Relating to comedy.
siredan,
The larval form of any salamander while it still has external gills, especially one of those which, like the axolotl emblastum mexicanum, sometimes lay eggs while in this larval state, but which under more favorable conditions lose their gills and become normal salamanders. See also axolotl.
overthwartness,
The state of being overthwart, perverseness.
super,
A prefix formerly much used to denote that the ingredient to the name of which it was prefixed was present in a large, or unusually large, proportion as compared with the other ingredients. As in calcium superphosphate, it has been superseded by per, by d. acid, etc., as peroxide, bicarbonate, disulfide, and acid sulfate, which retain the old meanings of super, but with sharper definition. Compare acid by D and per.
Ilfa,
The barbarous sport of great antiquity, in which men torment and fight with a bill or bills in an arena for public amusement, still popular in Spain.
Carta,
A military pass for a soldier on furlough.
Muting,
Dung of birds.
compile,
To put together. To construct. To build.
reprint,
To renew the impression of.
cribbing,
Present participle and verbal noun of crib. A small theft. Anything purloined. A plagiarist slash pence. A translation or key, etc. To aid a student in preparing or reciting his lessons.
shift,
To make a change or changes, to change position, to move, to veer, to substitute one thing for another, used in the various senses of the transitive verb.
nicotinic,
Pertaining to, or derived from, nicotine, nicotic, used specifically to designate an acid related to pyridine, obtained by the oxidation of nicotine, and called nicotinic acid.
castrangal,
Belonging to Kemp.
bereave,
An officer, steward, or governor.
jest,
A mask, a pageant, an interlude.
outbird,
To cause to be out of breath, to exhaust.
heteronymous,
Having different names or designations, standing in opposite relations.
Northumbrian,
Of or pertaining to Northumberland in England.
harakiri,
Suicide by slashing the abdomen, formerly practiced in Japan, and commanded by the government in the cases of disgraced officials. Disembowelment, also written, but incorrectly, harikari.
music,
Melody, a rhythmical and otherwise agreeable succession of tones.
spermatoon,
A spermoblast.
torpedo,
Any one of numerous species of elasmobranch fishes belonging to torpedo and allied genera. They are related to the rays, but have the power of giving electrical shocks, called also crampfish and numbfish, pertaining to the electricity, consisting of, containing, derived from, or produced by, electricity, as, electric power or virtue, and electric jar, electric effects, and electric spark, fish under electrical.
contignation,
The act or process of framing together, or uniting, as beams in a fabric.
bronchic,
belonging to the bronchi and their ramifications in the lungs.
Salon.
To make or perform a salam.
Mantle.
The back of a bird together with the folded wings.
Residential.
Residing, residentiary.
Ascriptitious.
Of a scribe.
Hovered hawk.
The kestrel.
Collector.
One authorized to collect debts.
Catbird.
An American bird Galliococcus carolinensis, allied to the mockingbird, and like it capable of imitating the notes of other birds, but less perfectly. Its note resembles at times the mewing of a cat.
Sequent.
A follower.
Quadroon.
A quadroon.
Bordeaux.
A claret wine from Bordeaux.
Slaughter.
A device attached to mowing machine for raising the uncut fallen grain and marking the limit of the swath.
Minute.
To set down a short sketch or note of, to jot down, to make a minute or a brief summary of.
Complication.
The act or process of complicating, the state of being complicated, intricate or confused relation of parts, entanglement, complexity.
Locale.
A green vegetable dye imported from China. The fetlock of a horse.
Trochaic.
A trochaic verse or measure.
Grape.
A simple gland, glandular cavity, or tube, a follicle, as the crypts of Liebig/HN, the simple tubular glands of the small intestines.
Discern.
To see by the eye or by the understanding, to perceive and recognize, as, to discern a difference.
Include.
To comprehend or comprise, as a genus the species, the whole a part, an argument or reason the inference, to contain, to embrace, as, this volume of Shakespeare includes his sonnets, he was included in the invitation to the family, to and including page 25.
Nutriment.
That which nourishes, anything which promotes growth and repairs the natural waste of animal or vegetable life, food, aliment.
Insurance.
The sum for which life or property is insured.
Stratum.
A bed or layer artificially made, a course.
Run.
A range or extent of ground for feeding stock, as, a sheep run.
Irradiated.
Having to raise, as, a biradiate fin.
Conservate.
Raised into a pile, collected into a crowd, heap.
Plume.
A feather.
Thorough.
A medicinal plant, the Therowordipatorium perfoliatum. Its properties are
If you enjoyed
diaphoretic
this
and
sleepy
tonic.
dictionary on autonomias, please like, dislike, or subscribe if you'd like to see more. I appreciate your feedback and read every comment as this is a spare time hobby. Please be aware that implementing changes may be a gradual process. Please be aware that implementing changes may be in progress on all channels. And works in progress on channel contains general statistics and background information. Happy YouTube travels.